Oh, you did?
Ryan, Challenge of the Skies, U.S. Civil Aircraft.
Oh, hey, that would be interesting. Just for the record here, I'm Calvin Pitt, and I met Red, back in 1981, I guess it was, after I'd made a commemorative 50th anniversary flight around the world, commemorating Wiley's flight 50 years ago in 1931. And I called you on the phone, if you remember, and I was kind of afraid you wouldn't talk to me.
Oh.
Because you didn't know me, and you invited me to come out and visit. And so that was really an exciting visit. And the tapes that I made at that time, I lost when my house burned down a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is ask you some of the same questions and have you kind of repeat some of the stories you told me then.
Yeah, I remember.
So that my sons and my grandsons and your grandsons would be able to enjoy them. You've been telling me about some of the airplanes that you've flown. What were some of your favorite ones that you flew?
Oh, of course, the Vega was still my favorite of all the flown, but that book, it has civil aircraft in it. I've flown nearly all those old airplanes.
Is that right?
Monocoups, American Eagles, Travelers, Swallows, Ryan, Buell Air Sedan, and the little old consolidated I was telling you about. Those, boy, that is a nice little airplane. And I don't know, I'd go through that book and see all those things and, you don't remember flying them.
So you've flown the Lockheed 10?
Oh, yeah, we had a Lockheed 10 when I went to work for Continental Oil Company.
And Lockheed 12?
Yeah, we got the Lockheed 12 after the Lockheed 10.
And the Lodestar?
Then they come along the Lodestar, and we got the Lodestar.
And you were telling me this morning you've flown a B-25.
Yeah, I just flew it out there in California. And a friend of mine in charge of rebuilding that thing, he was telling me about how much slower that B-25 would land than that Lockheed Lodestar. So I had to take the boss up to that university there in south of San Francisco. I can't remember the name of it. And they had a little old airport there. Had two runways. One of them run right towards the goddamn tower, and the other one run diagonally out towards the ocean, practically on the ocean. Well, the wind was just right, so I landed on this the shortest one, and I stopped. I didn't stop, but I turned just as I was crossing that other one, and that old boy sat there and looked. I guess I landed about 300 feet. That old Lodestar, yeah.
Lodestar.
But I did it on purpose because he'd been telling me how much better that old B-25 had operated. Then, when we took off, I taxied down there and took off toward this high radio tower. And that old boy looked up at them and looked all around. Well, I hardly ever use the flaps, on the old Lodestar or any of them, take off on. But I thought I'd impress him. And I backed up by golly, wasn't much farther on that runway until they crossed the one I'd landed on. And So I backed up there, and he was watching that tail. He wasn't paying no attention. When I got a certain speed, I just run them flaps down a little bit. And that old lodestar just went up, and I got a little bit of speed, and I just headed straight for those towers, and I got up there, just pulled up and went over it, and that old boy. Well, anyway, he sat there, didn't say nothing for a long time, and finally he punched me, and he said, "I God, if I hadn't seen it, I sure as hell wouldn't believe it." I said, "You think that'd be 25 to do that? I know damn well it won't."
So you made a believer out of it, huh?
Yeah. I can't remember his name. I don't know whether you'd ever run on to him or not, but belongs to QB's out there, and you see his name every now and then. I had a letter or two from him.
Well, you were telling me yesterday while we were talking that your favorite plane that you've flown of all times was the Lockheed Vega.
Yeah.
What made it a favorite, and for me and some other pilots that are going to be...
Well, the best way I could explain that would be that it had more feeling and complete feeling than most airplanes that I've ever flown, good ones and all, has something you have to watch out for. Well, the Vega, you get that thing flying speed, you do anything from flying speed on, even down to stalling speed with it. But a lot of those airplanes, you got down to a certain speed, and like that Lockheed 12. You just try and land real slow with it and get down maybe that far off the ground. Still, all of a sudden, when that thing stalled out, it might do a 360 or 180 before the wheels touch the ground. So just peculiar things like that about different airplanes is that's what I'd say makes a difference.
But the Vega wasn't like that.
It wasn't to me, and it wasn't to Wiley either. Wiley liked that airplane. And he'd flown, Wiley'd flown, he'd test pilot for Lockheed a while, then he'd flown on a Mexican airline that had Vegas. So he knew that airplane. In fact, he really taught me. I mean, he told me a lot of things about that airplane that really helped me out.
Really? Well, now, in this book here, Revolution in the Sky, back in the back, where it tells the history of all the different Vegas, I was noticing so many of them were lost in a crash. They'd crack up and have a crash.
Yeah.
What was the reason for so many crashes?
Well, I imagine probably motor trouble and no place to land. But part of it was pilots. There's some pilots that were scared of that airplane. Really? And they were scared enough of it they wouldn't try to, get the feel of it, learn all about it. And I God, you could tell they just couldn't understand how you could do so many things with one airplane. I mean, things that you couldn't do with a private Cub.
You could do it with the Vega, huh?
Well, I'll tell you a good example. I was down in San Angelo one time, and old Jimmy Mattern was flying for an oil company, Cromwell, I believe it was. Don't remember. And there's an old friend of mine that was selling, you remember the Stinson station wagon, I called it? Yeah. Oh, they was advertising it, slow landing, quick takeoff. You could go anywhere. Well, I was down there on a trip, and I'd been visiting them old boys, and of course this old boys had a rancher, a young son of a rancher out there going to sell him this airplane. And it would have been fine out on the ranch, because it was a good airplane. But Lord, he was overdoing it. And hear him talk, that thing would take off straight up and land straight down. So old Jimmy Mattern showed up. He was stationed there. His airplane was out there. And he showed up, got his airplane out, and this old boy started telling this guy he's trying to sell, that he says, ask old Jimmy about this. Said, he can tell you how, slow you can land and take off and what a good airplane it is. And old Jimmy told him. And that old boy said something about that, it would land half the distance and take off quicker than the Vega. And old Jimmy thought a little bit and says, you want to bet on that? That old boy said, I'll bet you $50. And this old kid he's trying to sell, so I'll bet another $50. And old Jimmy kind of caught him by surprise. He said, well, I don't want to take your money. Oh, says, that's all right. Says, I'd just like to show this kid, what a wonderful little airplane this is. I say kid, man. Then he said, well, all right. But says, I don't mind showing you, but said, I don't want to take your money. You don't have to worry about that. Said, we'll take yours. Old Jimmy said, all right. And he warmed that Vega up, and he hadn't gassed it up, I guess. It wouldn't have made any difference anyway. And they told him, you go ahead and take off. Well, the crew there, it pumped gasoline and serviced airplanes. It was two of them. Had them get out there and mark where each airplane left when it took off, left the ground, and also mark where they stopped. Well, old Jimmy took off, and they marked. And these guys didn't pay any attention where they'd marked. That guy's so busy telling, about going to win that $50 off, $100 off old Jimmy. He backs up there, takes off, and hell, you wouldn't believe it. I got it just looked like he just opened the dang thing up, and tail went up, and up he went. Well, these old boy didn't pay any attention. So they taxied out there. This guy's still haw-hawing about old Jimmy. Well, they taxied out there and they took off. And the old boys marked where it left. And hell, it was quite a ways farther than old Jimmy taking off. Anyway, old Jimmy just circled around up there, and the old boy come in and landed. Of course, they landed short. And he was laughing, telling this guy he's trying to sell, says, wait till old Jimmy sees that. And then looks around and said, well, where in the world did he go? And when they turned the taxi down in front of the old terminal building, there's old Jimmy sitting back there, looked like sitting right on the end of the runway. That cockpit open, stand up in the cockpit. I got he come in, all them old boys didn't have much to say. And the boys had marked, told them, they even stepped off the distance. And old Jimmy said, why don't you try it again? Says, maybe you didn't do the best you could. Maybe you could make it. And they already knew how short he'd taken off and how short he'd landed. And that old boy just admitted, says, no, it just won't do it. And old Jimmy just said, well, I don't want your money. Oh, they're going to give me money anyway. And he says, no, I don't want your money. I didn't intend to do this, but you insisted. But says, now, you're a hell of a lot smarter than you was before we done this.
So they had more respect for the Vega after that, huh?
Yeah, hell, that old boy. Every time I'd talk to him, talk about that Vega, he couldn't figure it out. I told him, I said, that's one airplane that I don't know any airplane you want to try to compare it with, because you might compare it with one or two things, but...
Well, I look at this airplane, and I just dream of the day, someday, I'll get a chance to fly it. But until I do get a chance to fly it, I can only talk to people that have flown it. Like Dave Jameson, I talked to him.
Yeah.
You know, he bought one and restored it, and he ground looped it, cracked it up,
Yeah.
and he's a World War II pilot. I talked to Mr. Thomas over here in Ada, Oklahoma, and he was a World War II fighter pilot. And the first time he tried flying it, he ground looped it and cracked it up. Why do so many of the modern and the older pilots have trouble flying it?
I really don't know, but I've ground looped. They had a brake set up that if the cam, you know, that worked on the brake when you put your brake on. That cam sometimes would go past to get on dead center, and when it did, it wouldn't release. The spring wasn't strong enough to pull it back. And it usually never on two wheels, naturally.
Yeah.
The odds were too great, but on one wheel, you'd do that. I had it happen to me twice. And when you jacked the thing up, took the weight off of it, the blame thing loosened up. And then you didn't know what the hell caused it. And I broke a landing gear on one of Brandon's airplanes up there in St. Louis. And I come in there and land, made a nice landing, and just got on the ground. And I wasn't going to roll all the way down. I just started easing my brakes on to turn and go up to the old terminal. Well, I got to put that brake on, and I got something that's got that left wheel and just held on to it. Well, I just made 180 and broke a drag strut and wing tip hit the ground, but didn't hurt nobody. I had 4 passengers. And I don't know whether they all had this. Well, they didn't need their seat belts because there wasn't any bad shock except the side motion.
Yeah.
Well, that went on then while I was back in New York with Wiley. And Winnie Mae's husband's, he was drilling contracts, I told you. His company's airplane. I took that bunch, you know, I was telling you about going down to Washington.
Yeah.
Well, I started taxiing. Started taxi out. I guess it was the left wheel on that locked. And I looked at it, thought maybe I'd run on a block or something. But it wasn't. But it wouldn't unlock. But lucky I wasn't traveling very fast. Well, I got out there and the old boy, well, this Don Marshall, he was still in the Air Force and had this group there. That was their hangar. He got his boys out there and jacked that thing up. And when they jacked it up, well, the wheel was free. And he moved on. He said, well, now, I can't figure that out. Said, that damn wheel just turns free as you please. And had me to get in there while it's still on the jack and put the brake on. Put the brake on, worked just perfect. So, I let the thing down, and that worried me I flew it after that, but it still worried the devil out of me. Finally, one day, while we still there, didn't have nothing else to do, I jacked that thing up and took the wheel off. Again, looked at that brake, and had no boy up there put the brake on. Well, he put the brake on, and I noticed this cam would turn clear up to the dead center. But when the weight was on that, there'd be enough there to hold it. And that locked it. All right, adjusted those brakes and adjusted them right down to the minimum. That way that cam didn't have to go all the way up to put the brakes on, pull on. And that was it.
You know, was that the old Bendix brake?
Yeah, that's,
Bendix.
yeah, I think it was. I think that's about all they had on those things then.
Tell your Art Goebel story. I just love that one about the difference in two different pilots flying the Vega, and one, you know, when you were out at Lockheed and you were circling around, Art was trying to land. Tell that story.
Oh, I kind of hate to, you know, do that. It's running him down, which...
Oh, it's funny. It's a funny story.
Well, anyway, I was innocent the whole deal. But I'd gone in there wanting to get a little work done on this old Vega here.
The Cherokee?
I was flying for Julian. And this bird was circling. I thought he'd just shooting landings. Looked like it. He'd make a nice circle around, nice turn in, come in just over the fence and go down the way, pull up. And finally he saw me, I guess, and gave me room, and I sailed on in and landed. I didn't think nothing about it. But when I pulled up to the fence, you know, over towards the old factory was, there was 5 or 6 guys out there. And I wondered what I did with when they come out there. I thought maybe they'd seen something wrong on my airplane. But come out there and greeted them. And I told them I wanted to bring my airplane in and had some work on done on it. Well, that'd just be fine. And we this and there, and I noticed these birds still, they just watching. I said, who in the devil is that shooting landings out there? One of them says, that's Art Goebel. I said, well, hell, he's got a lot more time on Vega than I have. And I said, I wouldn't be out there shooting landings. And my old boy kind of laughed, says, well, let's put it this way, says, he's trying to land. And I said, oh, hell, he wouldn't have any trouble. And another one said, no, he wouldn't. Well, finally he made it. And I guess the reason he did, he seen me land. Well, he landed, he run clear almost to the fence. And then there was the railroad. But he made it, turned around, taxied up. I didn't know him too well, but I'd been visiting with him when I was out there. And he taxied up there and got out, and he come by. I thought he's going to stop and visit. I spoke to him. He didn't say a damn word. He stood his goddamn head up. And I turned these old boys. I said, what in the Sam Hill's the matter with old Art? Said, I forget, one of them made some bright remark. Said, we've been wondering about that for a long time. But I found out he was that kind of guy, and I didn't.
That's right.
But I know I never had thought ill of him or anything. I always enjoyed visiting with all those birds. But he turned out to be one.
That's funny.
I never had any more, visiting with him or anything, because he just wasn't the kind of guy you could visit with. Not the kind I could.
Well, now describe the difference between your approach and landing and somebody else's like him. How did you set up the Vega to approach and touch down and land if you were able to do it so much shorter?
I tell you, that was one of the things that a lot of pilots didn't like is, see, I told you about how that old airplane would fly.
Yeah.
With full power, you could almost land it straight down, if you had to. Of course, you might bust a landing gear, you might not, I don't know. But coming in for landing, you get that thing in position like that, and it's still flying good. You got complete control. Get it down to this above what the land speed is. Get it down on the runway, and then if you got little power on it, it shut your power off, and it set down.
And the wing didn't blank out the tail when you raised it
No.
up like this?
Now, if you were stalled in a real stalling speed, well, it might. You know, sitting up there like that. But it'll be coming down. Heck, it might even start down backwards. I don't know. I've had that happen to me in the dang old Canuck.
Really? Go backwards, huh?
Yeah. Swaners had took the tail group off.
Yeah.
You know how come me to do that?
Right.
I got a book written. I taught an expert pilot. He was in the old Department of Commerce, which was then the CAA and then the FAA. Well, boy, that book had all this stuff in here. How to do this and how to do that. Well, this was a deal. Told, and I think they used old Jennings, one of the old DHs. But anyway, explain how to do it. Just pull it up till it stalled, and then the motor would be in the heaviest. You'd come down like this, and you'd go in the spin. You know, different from going into power spin, a stall spin. Well, then, another deal. I done that. That was just fine. But another deal was to, it's kind of like a upside down spin. You pull up, way up to complete stall instead of going over this way, go over this way. Well, that old thing, I got it over, all right, but it come down like this. And Lord, if I hadn't been able to do it, I'd have went out. Good damn things, when they completely stalled, that's dead weight. It's like if you had wings and jumped off a building, boy, you'd hit about 115 miles an hour before your wings caught you. Well, I went on, and I told the old boy that gave me my test, you know, to give me my license. I told him I had some experiences. I said, I've got a book. I said, it's just a dang good book. I said, you probably know the guy. I said, he's with the Department of Commerce. Who is it? I told him the name of the old boy. He kind of quiet old boy, kind of looked off. Yeah, I said, I know him. I said, he must be a pretty good pilot, because, boy, he knew how to write that book. No, says he's not a pilot. And then I told him what happened. He said, God damn, said, he didn't say God damn, he said, I'll tell you. Said, you're going to read a lot of things, and they're going to sound good, but says, you better watch out about what you do. Yeah.
But to come back to the Vega and the characteristics on the short field landing, May Post told me a story. I've forgotten some of the facts, but I believe it was Frank Phillips. It could have been F.C. Hall, but my memory makes me think it was Frank Phillips. But anyway, Wiley used to take him into a farm where his mother lived. And they'd approach over a tree, come in and land on this field real short, and he'd fly him in there several times. Now, this could have been Hall. You may know the story. But anyway, this one time, whether it was Phillips or Hall, he had another pilot take him into the farm to see his mother, and the pilot couldn't get over the tree and get down the field. He just kept, like you were describing the other one, he just kept making these low passes, and so finally the pilot turned around and said to this man, Phillips or Hall, he said, you better drop a note on the ground to them down there and tell them to cut down that tree, because we just are not going to be able to land. The field's too short. And so this gentleman didn't say a word. He just took a piece of paper and wrote a note and wrapped it up in like a handkerchief or something and dropped it down. And sure enough, they cut down the tree and came in and landed. And the guy never did fly for him again. You know who that was? It was Art Goebel.
Well, I was going to say that sounded like something.
That was Art Goebel.
Yeah.
Now, was that Mr. Phillips or F.C. Hall?
Oh, that was Phillips.
Phillips.
Yeah.
He had visited his mother on the farm.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, May Post told me that story.
Yeah, well,
She said Wiley got such a kick out of that because he had to cut down the tree.
Yeah.
And of course, every time Wiley'd go out, the way May described it, she said he just side-slipped the airplane right over the tree and just landed in that field.
yeah, you can get that old airplane up like that, and like if you was landing short like that, if you went in and cleared the tree, well, you go too far. But you'd pull it up. Not, I don't mean stalling speed, but just above flying speed. And kick that thing like that, and it'd just go down.
You'd side-slip
Yeah.
then.
But I wouldn't recommend that to anybody until they got on to that thing pretty good, because not that the airplane wouldn't do it, but if you fail to straighten up in time, you might go too far, and when you did, you'd take off land gear.
But your normal technique was not to side-slip, it just to come in with power and
No,
make a slow approach.
hardly ever had to. Hardly ever had to side slip. Because you could, like I said, you could slow down to, the minimum approach speed.
Was that the same technique Wiley used
Yeah,
when he approached the land?
yeah.
I imagine you watched him land a lot, didn't you?
Well, yeah, and he told me all about it too. Yeah, that, that was, I guess that was the reason they wouldn't, I don't know if anybody ever really been checked out in those things. I know that Lockheed bunch was different, because them Sardelles never would check me out on any of their darned airplanes.
Well, since it was only a one-pilot airplane,
Yeah.
how did you check out in it? What did you fly before, and then how did you check out in it?
Oh, I'd flown, I guess, I'd flown Buell Air Sedan, and, I don't remember. And, you know, those larger airplanes.
Yeah.
And the Ryan, and the test pilot Lockheed, and Wiley had told me all about that airplane. So Wiley's having his airplane and this one was right together. They was building both of them. And they got his ready a week before I got mine. But anyway, it took, I don't know how long. We were there about 2 weeks together. And during that time, I learned a lot from Marshall Healy, who was a test pilot then, and Wiley. Well, Marshall test flew my airplane, but Wiley had been test pilot for Lockheed, so he test flew his. That's the reason nobody else ever flew it but him.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know if you ever get a chance to fly one, if it's in proper shape, you'll be surprised about how the feel of it. Now, at first, it might feel like it's got heavy controls, but those controls are just heavy enough that you had feel. And when you got up flying speed, that goes your controls all work. And not only that, but that feel was there. And the main thing was just not to overdo anything. This thing had you could set this stabilizer, it had a lever here. Work something down, set that stabilizer.
This stabilizer.
Yeah. And you could put the motor on, cut the speed down, slow that motor down, get an attitude like that, and set that thing. and it'd fly along like that.
Well, now, when you flew the Vega for the first time, were you out at Lockheed in Burbank?
Yeah, yeah, I flew it off that little old airport there,
Do
the
you,
old factory.
do you remember that flight?
Oh, you bet I do.
Were you nervous the first time you took off and landed it?
Yeah, you know, I was tense. But I wasn't near as tense after I got that thing going, got it flying speed. I thought, well, boy, this thing's either slipping up on me or it's one of the slickest airplanes I ever got into. Then I got thinking about landing. I'd got by that takeoff. Well, I just made a circle around, come in and landed. And I done what old Wiley told me. I didn't come in with excess speed like this, like you do with a lot of airplanes.
Yeah.
See, now that's another thing to remember. A lot of these airplanes, you come in like this. You slow your speed down. You come in like this, and you come over the boundary of the airport, and then you land. Well, that was the difference. You come in like this for this airplane, and still had all the control you needed. You could point a gun to it and go up about any time you wanted to. But you'd come in like this, and you got up there, you'd slow down, just above landing speed. You'd get down on the runway. If you had a little power on, all you had to do is pull the power back, just down. Or if you wanted to land with a little power on, just hold it there a little bit and let her sit down. And that, by golly, I don't know, that to me is about, it's simple and effective.
Well, what was the power-off stalling speed of the Vega about?
Oh, I'd usually come in around between 50, depending on what airport.
Yeah.
Big airport, I'd come in about 60.
Say, take a short strip like here at Chickasha.
Oh, you'd come in 60 mile an hour there. But you could slow it down. Oh, hell, I've slowed the thing down to 45 miles an hour. But I wouldn't recommend that for the simple reason that even that thing, when you lose that lift, it'll hit the ground just like any rest of them.
So it's all, what, around 40, 45?
Somewhere along there, between 40 and 40. I imagine depending on your load.
So if you were about 50, 55, or 60 on the approach, you were slow enough?
Yeah. I used different speeds depending, like I said, where I was landing.
Yeah.
I'd say if she's flying off a good airport, you know, I had a lot of room. My start in was about, 55 or 60 miles an hour.
And you still got plenty of control?
Yeah, and as you come in, well, you got down, well, you could slow it down, and you'd have your hand on the throttle. If anything went wrong, maybe you could take out of it. But I don't remember whether you get a feeling of sinking or not. I don't believe you did. You know, sitting at an angle like that coming in. But there's another thing. When you get the way I learned to fly that, and the way Wiley flew his, was getting the habit of getting that speed just right in not a landing position, but in a position like this. All right? There's another way. If you lost power, why, you get that nose down, keep that speed up, and then get where you're going to land. I'm going to say you lost your motor. Get where you're going to land. Why, keep that speed up. I say up, just flying speed. And then, as you get where you're going to land, start easing that nose up. Without any power or anything. And it'd land just like it would with an order run.
Was it a pretty stable airplane? Could you trim it out and take your hands off and fly straight and level?
Yeah.
Easily?
Yeah, if you wasn't loaded too much to back. And a lot of times they loaded those mega planes up and it wasn't stable. I say it wasn't stable. He had to crank up the damn stabilizer, you know, to take care of that load that was back there.
Yeah.
But normal load, hell, you could trim that thing off in smooth air and get the engine running smooth, and it'd just go. In fact, I went to sleep.
Oh, was that in the Vega that you went to sleep?
Yeah.
Tell that story.
Yeah. That started me carrying cigars. I'll tell you, that's one damn thing I'll never forget. I don't know whether you ever went to sleep flying or not,
Yes, I have.
daytime or night, but if you ever do, you wake up, you wonder, where in the same hell am I? What state? What direction? And I made a 180-degree turn, and about 5 or 6 miles north of Red River, I made a turn. I was about 6 or 8 miles south. If I hadn't seen Red River, I wouldn't have known where it was. But still right on the course. And the only thing that woke me up, I think maybe the old engine just changed tune a little bit.
So what'd you do?
Well, I turned around then, and by God, and I stayed awake. I went on forward.
And what's the cigar connection there? You said that started your cigars.
Put a cigar in my mouth. I wouldn't light it. And if I dozed off, that dang cigar would fall out. That'd wake me up.
Well, that's where the cigar started, huh?
Yeah. Oh, I'd smoke them. Not very many. I never did take the habit. But Lord, after that cigar business got started, about how far we was going, man, I had cigars in my pockets full. The guys that didn't even smoke them would bring me a handful and tell me, sure don't want you to get lost.
Well, now, tell how you used the cigar and why you pointed on it.
Well, I wouldn't say anything. I'd just point on it, and that meant that I'd smoke that cigar, and when I got down there, it'd be where I was going.
Now, what started that?
That gum guys, every time we'd go somewhere, and every one of them had to come up sometime or other. Red, when are we going to land wherever we was going, or how long is it going to take us? And if you think that don't get old. And I thought of that, and I got where every time they do that, if I had a cigar, I'd just pull it out, and they found out what I was doing, and then they'd tell a guest. The guest would want to say, what did the world Red mean with that? He didn't say a word. One of the vice presidents, well, the old boy I was telling you about, you know, his wife had this pepper business. He told this guy asked him, said, well, what in the world did Red mean? He didn't even answer. Well, he meant that when he smoked that little, I held up one of them little cigarillas, the old lumber gave me. Held that up and put that back in my pocket, and then I got a long one somebody gave me, a pretty good sized cigarette. Held that up and put my finger on it. He told this old boy, said, well, you know, Red never did learn to read or write. He said that's the only way he can tell how long it's going to take him to go somewhere.
Did you ever fly 2 cigars away?
Yeah. Heck, I guess I've flown as many 3 cigars away.
3 cigar trips, huh?
Yeah.
Now, you flew for Brana for a while, and they had quite a few Vegas. Is that where you did most of your Vega flying?
Well, I had, I guess, maybe 1,000 hours on this old Vega. I had probably as much time as any of their pilots had. Then, after I started work for Braniff, you know, I averaged over 1,000 hours a year.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
1,000 hours a year?
I flew 16 hours, flew 16 hours one day. And the reason we do that, depending on how many passengers we had. And golly, if, like Oklahoma City, if they wouldn't fly an empty airplane to Tulsa if one was going to be there when,
Yeah.
they wouldn't, if they didn't have passengers. Well, hell, I've come to Tulsa, bring passengers, come down from Chicago, St. Louis, Tulsa, and they'd have passengers going to Kansas City and back to Chicago. Well, didn't have anybody coming from Oklahoma City, so they'd load me up in there. I'd go back up. The next day, I'd come back around again, and if they had passengers, Oklahoma City, to meet that ship going to St. Louis or wherever, they'd send that ship over, and I'd go on. And one day, then it worked out this way. I got that logbook somewhere. I flew. I left early, real early, Oklahoma City. And if I remember right, I went to Tulsa. And St. Louis. And then from St. Louis to Kansas City. Up to Chicago. Back down to St. Louis. And back to Tulsa. And got Tulsa, had a load of passengers, and they didn't have any didn't want to send the empty airplane up there. I went back up to Kansas City and Chicago. I might have gone back to St. I don't remember, but anyway, it managed about 16 hours.
And all of that without sleeping in between any of these flights?
Yeah. Heck, I was busy flying all the time. One time I was on the ground, just gas up.
Wow, that's a lot of flying.
Well, of course, they don't do that anymore, and they shouldn't. Because I don't know, but I've flown long enough during the day that when you go in, you have what they call nervous exhaustion.
Yeah.
You don't notice it.
Yeah.
You don't notice it until, if you haven't eaten anything, why, you'll notice it because it affects your stomach. But if you've had anything to eat during that time, that usually don't bother you. But when you go to bed and boy, you just go to sleep just like that. In about 2 or 3 minutes, you jump out of that bed like somebody jabbed you with a pitchfork. And that's one reason they cut that down, to if you flew as much as 8 hours a day, you had to lay off a day.
They weren't doing that back then.
Oh, no, they didn't know that. I say they didn't know enough. They didn't. Well, I just doubt if anybody knew anything about it. I didn't, except I knew how it affected me when I have them long days.
Now, to get the sequence right here, you flew this airplane. Was this the one Julian bought?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That was an oil company, oil man.
Yeah, he was at Julian Oil Company.
So this one came first, then Braniff came after that.
Yeah, Braniff bought this one.
Oh, Braniff bought this.
Julian got in trouble, and the company went in hand receivers, and they, of course, first thing you started to do is sell north. Well, the first thing you want to get rid of was that airplane. And Braniff told them if they could talk me into going with it, they'd buy it. Well, I didn't have nothing else to do. And there's 3 or 4 of my old friends flying there. So, heck, I went with them. That's when I started with Braniff.
So that's how you got to Braniff.
Yeah.
When you look back and Braniff became a big airlines flying jets, did you ever regret that you didn't stay with the airline?
No, I never did like that airline
Why?
business. I never did like the idea of knowing today where I was going to be a week or a month or a year, and what time of day it's going to be. And that's where the airline is. You get on a schedule, you can tell anybody when you're going to be a certain place, a certain time. I never did like that. That old boy I was telling you about, operation manager, fine old boy, good pilot. He was the chief pilot and operation manager when I went with him. But when I decided to leave him, I told him about it. I'd been down and talked to him. Old Wiley made me go down and talk to him. They'd been asking me to, if I could come work for them for about, 2 or 3 months. But I didn't want to run off and leave Bannock when they were right in the place to, they could have got other pilots, but there wasn't very many Vega pilots then. But anyway, I told him about, I'd been over there to talk to them people, and I'd about decided to go over there and go to work for them. Boy, he started telling me more reasons why I should stay with Bannock. And I thought a little while. I told him, I said, well, I don't like this young airline flying. Told him why. I said, I'd kind of like to fly where I get all over the whole dadgum country. I said, there's a lot I hadn't seen. I said, I haven't hardly been out of Oklahoma and Texas. Anyway, he kept on. Finally, he got kind of quiet, and I said, say, you flew for them for a while, didn't you? Yeah. I said, well, what kind of people are they? I said, I don't know all of them. I said, I know some of them have been riding with us on the airline, but I don't know about them. I said, if they're not good people, I said, I don't want to change and go up there. Thought a little bit. Well, Red, he says, were the finest people I was ever worked for. I said, well, I guess I better give it a try. Well, so you go ahead. But, says, if you don't like it up there, so you can always come back. So I went up there, but like he said, they were a fine bunch of people. And I enjoyed every doggone minute of it. I mean, flying for them. But we had this badgering deal like I was telling you about this.
Yeah.
And they'd asked me when I was going to quit this flying and, retire from flying. And they kept on asking me things like that. And finally I got where I'd answer them. I'd say, well, when I get to the point I can't have any fun flying you birds around, scaring the hell out of you. Well, I said, oh, hell, I'm ready to quit. And of course they all remembered that.
Before I get too far away from the Vega itself, one more question about the Vega. What engine did most of the Vegas have on it?
Well, of course, they started out with the Wright J5.
Yeah.
That's one Eddie Bellini tested, the first one.
Now that's before they had the cowl on it, isn't it?
Yeah, they didn't have a cowl on. They didn't have a cowl on the Wasp for a while.
Really?
But they started putting the old Wasp. Oh, it's 450 horse engine.
That was the Wasp C then, wasn't it?
Oh, it was what?
Wasp C?
I believe that might have been the B.
Really?
Yeah.
It wasn't the Wasp Junior though.
Oh no.
Okay.
A Wasp Junior would have been a good motor in it, but it wouldn't have been like the old Wasp, the big Wasp.
And that was 450 horse?
Yeah.
And then when you put a supercharger in it, you could boost it up to what, about 550? Is that what Wiley did?
Yeah. Well, you could change the gear of the superchargers in it and boost it up to about I believe about 550. But you put the kind of supercharger Wiley put on there, and I don't know, might have gone up another 100 horsepower. I don't know.
Now, did the original Wasp have a supercharger in it already?
Oh, yeah.
It did, and he put a second stage supercharger on his.
Yeah.
Now, you could change the blower inside and change the ratio from, what, 7 to 1 to 10 to 1, something like that?
I don't remember, but you could change. I mean, you didn't have to use that big superchargers when you until you got up high. So I think it had bypass.
Yeah.
Where you know, if you got up there and wanted to use it, you close this bypass and that put air into the carburetor.
For the unmodified Wasp, that like it came from the factory, the regular Pratt & Whitney 450 or whatever it was, what was the optimum altitude, best altitude that you like to fly at?
Oh, that thing flew good up to 12,000 feet. I mean, I say good. I mean, you could have a good cruise speed up about 12,000. And after that, of course, the power started dropping off. But it'd still go, you know, you'd be wide open. You'd still go above 12,000. You'd still make good time.
Most of your flying, like with Branagh, occurred at what altitude?
Oh, I'd say an average about 8,000. Because too many passengers, you know, couldn't hardly stand that altitude.
Yeah.
So we didn't fly any higher than we had to. Yeah. But when we was just flying mail on the express, we'd fly as high as the thing can go.
You flew a lot of mail with Branagh then?
Yeah.
I think you were telling me yesterday your average passenger load was, what, 2 or 3 people?
I'd say, oh, maybe 4. I'm not sure. Sometimes we'd have full load, 6. Sometimes we'd have 1. I never will forget old Will Rogers. He got on the airplane with me there in Tulsa. Got his baggage, and those little seats, you know,
Yeah.
he'd fold down and then fold back. So he got, that back seat was pretty well big for 2 people. He put his baggage down between these seats. Of course, we had blankets in there. It didn't have too good to heat. And he got one of them blankets, and time I got off, that old bugger was stretched out back there with that blanket over him, and he was sound asleep. I guess he'd been up going too hard and took that opportunity to get a nap. Well, I took him on to Kansas City. Of course, people out there to meet him. And I landed, taxied up there to the ramp, and looked back there, and old Will's still just laying there. And I thought, good gosh, I wonder, he'd had a heart attack. And station man come out there and opened the door and looked in, and it kind of got him. He eased that door shut and come around. Always climbed up that top. It had steps on the side.
Yeah.
And I'd already opened the top and standing up. He come around there and he didn't say, what's the matter with that guy in there? And I got down, I looked back, and Will's still asleep. I said, he just asleep? I said, go back there and just get him a pants leg and jerk his pants leg. Well, he was laying down with his head on his suitcase, because taxi, you know, is like this.
Yeah.
He would head down there, he'd been heading down the hill. He went back there, and I got back in and opened the hatch. He went back there and jerked his pants leg, and old Will raised up and went, where are we? And this old boy said, well, Mr. Rogers says, we're in Kansas City. Kansas City already? looked around. He called me Red. He never heard anything else. Anyway, he says, well, where's that Red? Said, he just got out, and I got out. I got out to do something, and he got out and come around, and he says, that blame, says, I don't know, says, whether I'd want to ride with you all the time or not. See, a guy could go to sleep and just not wake up. Oh, he always had something like that. I said, well, I just figured you needed some sleep. Yeah, but says, these people all out here waiting for me. Says, why didn't you wake me up? And then he had to pan off. He said, I've been with you before. I never knew you to make a landing where you wouldn't wake everybody up. You know, just panning off. He was good at that.
So you didn't wake him up when you landed?
Yeah. Well, anyway,
sorry, go ahead.
I got back up in that thing and, you know, get it out of the way. And he went over there and talked to them people. I don't know what he was telling them. But then he looked around at me up there, just getting ready to sit and look around.
Here's a picture of that seat configuration you were talking about, the way they folded up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he was laying back here in the back somewhere.
No, he was down back here. Oh, yeah, back here. And his suitcase just sit down on the floor. And
so he just stretched out this way.
Just stretched out there and pulled the blanket over him.
Yeah. So that's the cockpit up here, and this is the rear part picture taken from the rear.
Yeah.
Well, let's see now. You had the oil company. What was the name of the oil man?
This one?
Yeah.
Julian Oil.
Julian Oil.
Julian Oil and Ross Company.
And then you had Braniff.
Yeah.
And then after Braniff was Continental Oil Company.
Yeah.
And you retired from Continental Oil Company.
Yeah, I was with Continental Oil Company 26 years.
Is that right? And Continental, they had Vegas and
Lockheed 12s and
Lodestars.
when I left it, Lodestars.
Did they have an Orion?
Let's see. Before I went there, I think they had Orion. And had a Stinson Jr.
That might have been in that movie last night, huh? When it panned across the Stinson.
Yeah, it could have been. They kind of made a photographic plane out of it. I flew it on photographic missions. And they got some beaches. They wasn't nothing like that 12. But they wasn't bad airplanes. If I had never flown Lockheed 12, I'd have thought they were pretty good airplanes. But they wouldn't build as well, and it wasn't as fast. They wouldn't take off with a load or land as slow.
Well, we've left out an important part of the story here, and that's way back here in the beginning.
Oh.
How you got started. What made you take up flying in the first place? How did you get interested in it?
Well, I've always told everybody I was supposed to go up to A&M College. You know, I'd finished high school and I'd turned down.
Stillwater?
Yeah, I'd turned down an appointment to West Point. So I said that I'd go up to Stillwater, the old A&M College, Agriculture and Mechanical College. Anyway, heading up to Stillwater. I'd already been up there and had a place to stay and even had a job. Registered and everything. Went by that old airport and I tell everybody, I said, that gum old Canuck tied up out there, and when I went by, I said, that thing just switched that tail at me, and I said, I just had to stop. And that's as far as I got. Everybody got a kick out of it every time about that dang old Canuck switching that tail at me.
What airport was that?
Well, it was I guess they called it the municipal airport then.
In Oklahoma City?
Yeah, but it was oh, they had 2, 3 around there, just in pastures, and that was too.
Was that the one on 29th Street
Yeah.
in Oklahoma City? Well,
20
then what happened?
Well, I stopped and old Burl Tibbs there got talking to him, and hell, that's far as I got. I, you know, stayed there and learned to fly, my old boys. But I bought a airplane. He'd sold an airplane to another student, and this other student cracked it up there by Perry. I say cracked it up, had a forced landing in the wheat field, and imagine what happened. He hit the ground not hard enough to crack it up, but slow enough that it bounced and was going forward enough, come down right instead of a dadgum fence post went up through the wing. Well, we went up there and got it, and I bought that thing from him. I took the money I'd rounded up to go to school, and I bought that dang airplane, and with the understanding he's going to furnish everything, me to fix it up. I don't know whether he figured I could or not, but and he had some old wings there from crack-ups, I guess, that he used building up those things. Well, anyway, I built that thing up. Meantime, he'd go out on a trip and take me with him and let me fly the airplane. And then he finally, I got my old airplane built up. Well, he made a few rounds with me in it and turned me loose. And I think he was hoping I'd crack it up, but I never did. But that was a start, and man, it was fun and other things from then on.
Yeah, how did you end up then, from the time you learned to fly from Burl and had the Canuck, how did you end up getting enough time to get a job with Julian?
Oh, well, I flew that old Canuck, and in 1927 they come up there and started licensing people. Well, by golly, I had that old airplane and they wouldn't license it. But if they licensed me, I couldn't fly my old Canuck. I'd been flying that old Canuck hauling passengers. That's the way I was doing. And had a student or two, and found out they wouldn't license my Canuck. Well, I almost got in trouble because that's the damn inspector. You ever hear of a guy named Kramer?
No.
He and another guy tried a flight, going to fly across to England or someplace. They cracked it and killed themselves there in Nova Scotia. Anyway, he was up there, and he was just always an arrogant, sorry devil. And I'd watched him. There were several old Canucks tied up around there, belonged to friends of mine that worked with him. Well, he was licensing these airplanes. And by golly, he started cutting on these old Canucks. You know, down where the wing went on. Well, I got, mine was tied up out there. So I made that like I was working on it, and I had that gum wrench that long. And I made out like I was working on it. And here this damn bird come. And had his that dang knife. And I said, say, what are you planning on doing? Well, I'm going to cut this wing fabric and check the wing fittings. I said, can you license this airplane? No, we can't license these. I just walked up there a little closer and I did damn bird. I said, all right, if you can't license it, just leave it alone. I said, this is my airplane, and I don't want no cutting on it because I just got through building it up. Well, I'm supposed to check them for airworthiness. I said, it's airworthy, I've been flying it. And then he looked around and said, well, I've got to check it. I said, he said something else, smart. You know, like I was just a damn ignoramus, didn't know nothing. And I told him, I said, all right, you've got your knife. You just touch that airplane with that knife. And I said, I'll touch the middle of your head with this wrench. And the boy, he must have been a coward because he didn't have no more to say. He just looked around, looked at me, around me, and away he went. And I followed him out there a ways. I figured he'd get out there and he'd say something else, you know, cuss me or something. But he didn't. I looked down there and there was about 6 or 8 of the sergeant was operating on the field, standing down there watching. Well, he went on down there and he's through down there. And he got in the car and left. Well, I stood there and watched him drive off. I started back at my airplane, and one of them old boys hollered at me. Come on down here. I went down there and I said, what's the matter? What do you want? I got said, we want to buy you a Coke. I said, why? He said, we seen what you done to that damn inspector.
That's funny, and that was old Kramer.
Our Kramer, he was ornery, did.
And he got killed trying to fly across the Atlantic?
They finally kicked him out of the, you know, as an inspector.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, he thought he was it, all of it. He was different from old Art Goebel. Yeah, and I imagine he was probably a better pilot. I don't know what kind of pilot he was. But, boy, he liked to show his authority. That was the kind of guy he was. You know, old Goebel, he liked to impress people with things that he could tell everybody nobody else could do. That's the difference, you know.
Well, during this period back here, while you were carrying passengers, you told me last night a story about some of these kids you took flying, and you made a statement about that. What was that?
Oh, yeah, these young squirts.
Yeah.
Every now and then, their folks live there in Pond City, and you seen Bertolli's pictures.
Yeah.
Well, they're about her size, and naturally got acquainted with a whole bunch of them. Every time you get, oh, they's crazy about airplanes, the old boys. Every time I'd get a chance, and school wasn't going on, there's always some of them out there. And I'd take them for a ride. And finally I got where I'd let them fly. I had the autopilot. I'd turn the autopilot on and tell them, go ahead and fly. And they'd get a hold of that thing, and they'd had to raise up and look, and they thought they was flying it. The old airplane just go. Well, it wasn't long, by golly, I could turn them loose without, and the little devils would fly. And I got a big kick out of that, those kids did, but man, they got where they thought I was it.
Huh.
Well, we get a letter from one now. I was telling you about him. He just flat quit his family because they was trying to make musicians out of him. And they kind of looked down on this flying, but got in the Air Force. Went through Vietnam, Korea, went through Korea first. And he had this, he took a model of the Winnie Mae with him when he's down here. When he had to go to Japan, I don't know where they stationed in Japan or what, but anyway, he took that model of the Winnie Mae and then drew the picture, the paint on it. Took it to a Japanese model maker, and the Jap made that model.
You made this model?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing, old Bob he didn't color all the wing like that. He just colored this. And I guess the Jap didn't understand him, but the wing was all red.
Should be this red color here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, the story I was asking about was when you're flying the Canuck and you told this teacher about these kids, about whether who was smart, you know, that.
Yeah.
What's that
Well,
one?
I guess I had about 20 hours on that Canuck, and I'd got me a good Indian I could depend on. I didn't dare come farther than one wheat field than another before that, but I got this good Indian. The first place I come was down here in Minico. Oh, I come right down Main Street. Buzzed around there and then went out to Wheatfield and landed at East Town. Well, going out there, an old friend of mine run a grader. He had some big old Persian horses. He was grading there about where the graveyard is. Well, I'd buzzed town. I seen him down there. An old friend, knew him all my life. I just went right down that road and went down that road just about, probably 20 feet high. He seen me coming, fall off of that grader and under, and them old horses just stopped. I didn't think about that. That could have been dangerous, you know, if those old horses hadn't, if they'd have been scary. Well, I went on, buzzed around a while, and he thought I was gone. I buzzed around some places where I knew people. And I come back, and he's back on his grader. I got back down that road and started down there, and he stopped. Well, then I went around and landed in this wheat field, and here come all these dead blame old kids I'd gone to school with out there. And nearly every one of them, by golly, I took for a ride. And I was telling this old teacher that I went to when I was over there the other day. I hadn't seen her or the girl that lived right across the street from us after we moved in Minico. She was there, and so was 2 or 3 others. Well, anyway, we got talking about this airplane. And I told this teacher, I said, you know, you probably remember, I was the dumbest kid in the school. I said, it is barely big enough to pass. She just laughed. Oh, said it wasn't that bad. But, you know, I found out that there was a whole bunch of kids in this school that was a lot dumber than I was. Oh, I had to find that out. I said, and I come down here in that old flapping wing Canuck. I didn't have 20 hours. And I landed out there, and I said, I got nearly all of them and went up with me. And I said, I know that I don't think I'd have been that dumb. They got a kick out of that.
Now let's see, where you were living during this time, the Canuck, which is the Canadian version of the JN-4D Jenny,
Yeah.
which I've had an opportunity to solo in, so I know something about the thrill of flying the old Jenny. You were living during this period in Minico or in Oklahoma City?
No, I was living right there, just across the street, that old airport. Old Tibbs. There was an old one-room shack there.
In Oklahoma City?
Yeah. And
okay. So this period's Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Julian, when you worked for him, and this Cherokee Vega, where were you living during that period?
Well, I had an apartment down in town.
Also in Oklahoma
I can't
City?
remember where it was when I was working for Julian.
That was Oklahoma City.
Yeah. But in the meantime, before this, the Curtis Wright Flying Service had a school there. And after, well, when I finally got my license, the reason I got it, an old boy came out there and bought an OX-5 Traveler, old Uncle Jim Brazil, an independent oil man. And the kind of a guy, he come out, and that was the only new airplane on the airport. Well, he just bought it. And then he said, need a pilot. Well, I was the only one there, only pilot available, but I didn't have a license. And it just happened, this old boy that finally gave him a license, Department of Commerce man, was there. But he'd lived until this happened, he was there. And I wanted to know if I'd fly him. And I told him I didn't have a license. Old Burrow called me over. He was talking to old Uncle Jim. Said, well, he's about the only one around here that we can get. And called me over there and introduced me. I was in old dirty overall and everything. And the old Burrow told me later what old Uncle Jim said when I walked off. He turned to old Burrow. That damn boy don't look like no pilot to me. But anyway, he decided, by God, like I was telling you, the kind of guy had come out, he bought that airplane. He wanted to leave the next morning and go to Long Beach. So first, I told him I don't know whether we'd make it or not, because I want to count my license. So this old Department of Commerce man was there. I went in and talked to him, told him what the deal was. Oh, said, we'll fix that. I said, well, can you give me a license? I said, I'm taking my test when I get back. You can take it away from me if I can't pass it. He just laughed. No, said, I'll just write you a letter of authority and says when you come back, says, you take the test. So that's what happened. I got the next morning. That old man was out there, and we lit out for Long Beach, California.
In a Canuck?
No, in a 085 Traveler.
Traveler.
You know, the one that had that counterbalance
Yeah.
on. That was a good airplane.
So you got your license when you came back then?
Yeah.
What kind of test did you have to take?
Oh, it was pretty strict. You mean flight test?
Well, did you have to take both the written and
Yeah,
the flight test?
written and flight. It was written for the flying test wasn't too bad, but I took my mechanics license test too.
At the same time?
Yeah, and that was a little rough, but I passed both of them. But going out there, we left here, and our first stop was when we stopped in Wichita Falls, gassed up, went to Midland, stayed all night, and wasn't long before I was going through there, some couple old boys I knew was flying from Midland to El Paso. And they got out there and had motor trouble and had to land, and I shook them up, I guess, but tore the airplane up. And they found those birds, they started walking. I don't know where they got lost or what. But by golly, they found them. Both of them were dead, and they died from lack of water or that dry country, desert country, lack of water or food. Well, we went in there. That's when I heard about that. The old boy told us there at Midland. And I got it kind of worried me because further closer I got to those damn mountains, I never had been down in. I never had seen a mountain any higher than about 1,000 feet. Well, God dang, those mountains were. I get up there, maybe I don't know, might have been 100 miles from them. Looked to me like they're sticking way out. Well, anyway, we gassed up at Midland and left real early. Went on, got in El Paso. Oh, good time. But we were going to take off and go to the next stop. But you know, at El Paso, these damn mountains are getting bigger all the time. And the old boy there, I can't remember his name, got to be friends with all those guys eventually. But we told him, you're heading for California. Well, he said, now, I don't know, but says, from 10 o'clock until late in the evening, says, an OH-5 airplane here just won't take off. Says, y'all better stay all night and leave early in the morning. Well, we stayed all night, but it was about 10 when we left. And man, before I got that thing off the ground, I thought about what that old boy said. OH-5 job didn't take off after 10 o'clock. Man, I run and run and run, and there's a lot of room, thank goodness. And finally that thing just kind of wobbled off where I was clearing some of that old sagebrush about that time. Wobbled off, and by that time the old motors got hot. But I got up a little bit of speed, cut my power down, and my motor cooled down a little. But then there was them damn mountains. Well, I turned and went up the mountain. Went up there's there was a crack up there. I say a crack, just about high as that thing could go. I went through about Las Cruces, New Mexico. Went down there, and I got a railroad. Went on up to Deming, Lordsburg. Well, after past Lordsburg, man, there was that another mountain range, looked twice as high as the one there, you know, by Tucson. Well, I got looking, I couldn't figure out any way of getting around that. But this railroad turned from Lordsburg and went down there, and I thought, well, follow that. And then I got down there close to that dang mountain. I thought, well, God, what in the Sam Hill am I going to, that damn railroad, I bet it goes in the tunnel. But it didn't. And I was sitting there on pins and needles. Went through this little narrow passage. If you've ever been through there, down low, it's rough. I went through there. The highway goes through there now. When you're like you're driving from here. I went through that pass, made a turn. That old railroad went on in Tucson. There was the airport, but it was up against the mountain. I landed, and the old boy there got to be a real good friend of old Charlie Mays, an old-timer, and he run the airport and flying business. He come out, I got out of that airplane, and he come out, he looked that airplane over, and, where'd you come from? I said, I come from El Paso. What route did you take? I told him to come up Las Cruces, Deming, Lordsburg. I didn't remember any rest of his town. My God, you're here, but says, I want to tell you something. You got to be careful in this part of the country. And temperature gets way up there. Well, I've seen it as high as 128 in, that gun place after we left Tucson early one morning and everything was fine. Gila Bend, Arizona. It was just a little old town then. And weather was good, and that old traveler just sailed on along, and I was cutting across where the road come down from Phoenix to Tucson, then heads west. Well, I was cutting across over there and got just past Gila Bend, and that damn motor quit. Oh, and I'm telling you, there ain't nothing gets as quiet as when your motor quits in a little old airplane like this. Yeah. Well, I looked over. I was just coming in this railroad and the old highway, which was just gravel then. I looked over there, and boy, I thought, that looks like an alfalfa field. Man, that looks good. And I was up about 5,000 foot. So I just made a circle. The wind was out of the west, I believe, there. I don't remember. Anyway, I made a circle and I looked down. Hell, it's irrigating. I could see water down there. Well, across the road, they were just clearing out a place for irrigation and had big blocks with dirt heaped up like this, dirt about that high. I don't know how big it was, but I had land, and there wasn't no other way to do it. So I sailed in there, and this old booger wore these damned old caps he used to wear, you know, these old touring cars.
Yeah, right.
Well, nearly every time I'd landed, you know, he'd stick his head out to blow his cap off. Well, man, I sailed in there, and I got on the ground, just the wheels, just over one of these humps, and stopped with one wheel just run up on it. Didn't hurt a thing. I know that's the shortest landing I probably ever made with, you know, an airplane like this. Anyway, I got out, and man, I was relieved and just began to get my breath again. The old man was looking like this. And I said, well, boy, I said, we made it. Yeah, but that's the last goddamn cap I had. I never will forget that. Well, that's when I seen how hot it was. We left there, caught a ride on a road grader, smoothing this gravel down to where section crew parked. He took us down there, and while the section crew come along, and we got on our old go-karts with them, and they took us on down to Gila Bend. One little old hotel there. And boy, it was hot. I'd already, had to wear a helmet and goggles. I looked like a damn hoot owl. Around my eyes was white and the rest was just red and peeling off. Anyway, we went down there, and I noticed the thermometer in the shade. It had a little drugstore down on the corner of that hotel. I looked at that thermometer, and 128 degrees. And I don't know how correct it was, but it just, I wouldn't have been hurting anymore. It'd been 150. Well, anyway, I stayed there for about, the next day I went out there and took the magneto off. And that old magneto burned out. That's what happened to it. And the old man put that thing in his suitcase and took it out to California with him and took it up to what they called Western Airlines. I got acquainted all that bunch. Anyway, well, it was just before Jack Price took charge of it. I don't know whether you ever heard of him.
Jack Price.
Anyway, he had that thing fixed up, mailed it back to me. Meantime, old boy, son of the man running the hotel, he got interested in that airplane, and he just drove me back and forth and helped me all he could. I put that blame magneto on, and it wouldn't start. I had to take it off. Then I took it off and checked, and they'd got it on the distributor pencil, we call it, was out of time. It was between these segments when it should have been just passing over them. Well, I knew about the thing because I'd worked over that old mag on my old Canuck so many times I could do it with my eyes shut. But I didn't have any tools. Went in and went to the garage. It had, he just worked on cars and everything. But we made some tools. I took that thing apart, got it set up, got it timed right, took it out and put it on the first crank. It just started ticking over. Well, I was ready to take it up to California, and this old kid talked to his dad and letting him go with me. That was foolish. Anyway, he went with me. Oh, he had a big one. And just talk about mountains. we got out there was sandburned in the mountains. I couldn't imagine the mountain being that big. We went through that San Bernardino Pass, you know, where the road goes through, down over every side, and it was getting dark. Well, I was heading for Long Beach. I got up there just about 25 miles from Long Beach, and that fog had moved in. I mean, solid. Just, I know it was 0, 0. Well, I turned around and started back, and it got dark. And I just happened to look down, and there was 3 or 4 tri-motor Fords. And I thought, by God, there has to be an airport there. So I circled. There wasn't no lights on it. And I just made a circle. I come down, and just black. And just black. We couldn't see anything, but I figured, by God, there wasn't no lights or anything out there. There wasn't anything out there, and it's bound to be the airport. You know, a square that big with lights everywhere else. Man, I squeezed around there and eased in there and sat down and then held my breath. I got everything was just fine. Well, an old boy down there come out from the hangar. I guess he's night watchman. He's the only one out there. I don't know where the hell we came from. Told him he'll be in there. Anyway, we didn't get into Long Beach until the next day. But that turned out to be, I guess, the first place, the old American Airlines. That was their old tri-motor Ford sitting there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what location was that?
I can't remember the names of the doggone place, but it was south and east of Los Angeles proper.
It wasn't Orange County.
Is what?
Orange County?
I don't know. I don't remember. But over there where Western Airways, or Airlines was that was almost due south of Los Angeles. And they had a little old airport. They didn't have a regular airport, I don't guess, then. Well, Long Beach had one.
You said you took your flight test when you got back. In what kind of airplane did you take your test in?
I took it in that airplane that flew.
The Travel Air?
That old Traveler. Mm-hmm.
That belonged to, what was the man's name?
Jim Brazell. We called him old Uncle Jim. Big old Irishman. Gruff. But fine old boy. Man, he stayed with me. In fact, he took over my business after flying him. Why, he sold that Traveler. And I went to work for Curtis Ride Flying Service, you know, training students. And I worked for them until they opened up school up at Enid. And they sent another pilot and me up there. That's where I met my wife.
Oh, really?
And then when they closed down, I had 5 or 6 students. And Roy Hunt, you ever hear Roy Hunt?
No.
He was a pilot that was up there with me, and they closed down, he left. He was a stunt pilot, good pilot. But some of the old city dads, their boys out there, ones that had been teaching fly, they called me in, by God, had a meeting and wanted me to stay. And I don't know, there's about 8 of them, I think. And then $1,000 is a lot of money. Each one of them put up $1,000 by God and formed Western Airways Incorporated. And I was the president. Paracatute. I thought probably could make it selling travel airs and Curtis Robbins. I knew a bunch there in St. Louis where they was making them, the old Lamerick field. Anyway, that got in time, it got to getting hard, and of course these students, they kept it going for a while, but I got them all taken care of, so load. And old Uncle Jim bought a Buell air sedan, by golly, and called me up, told me, come down, I want to talk to him. Well, I got in the OX5 Robin. No, it wasn't an OX5, it was a Challenger Robin. I got in that, went down, old Uncle Jim met me out at the airport. And he didn't tell me he bought this airplane. He said, I want to show you the airplane I bought. Went over there, and there's this brand new Buell air sedan with a J6, right J6 in it. I said, well, boy, that's a nice airplane. Yeah, says, you'll like it. I said, you say I'll like it? Yeah, you'll like it. I said, well, I can't go to work for you. The hell you can't, why? I said, I got this outfit up here. I said, there's 8 people up there that put out money for this Western Airways Incorporated. And I said, they made me president. I said, I can't go off and leave those birds. Well, he says, do you have to fly this airplane back? I said, well, yeah. I said, well, let's go to Enid. I said, well, okay, get in. No. Let's go up in this airplane, Buell air sedan. So I left my airplane there, and I'd never been in one of those damn things. Got in there, and that old man just, at ease, you can imagine, cranked that thing up and taxied out there. In the meantime, I was trying to get everything figured out. Finally did. Took off. By the time I got to Enid, I was fairly well familiar with it. Landed. He says, you know where all these men are that you got that coming in? I said, yeah. Let's go see them. And that old bugger went down there and paid every one of those birds off. He says, now, my God says, man, you'll operate this thing. And then he thought a little bit. No, says, you operate it. But says, I'll be wanting to go somewhere every now and then.
Now, what was his name?
That's old Uncle Jim Brazell, the bird I flew to California in that OX5 Traveler.
So they're the same man then?
Yeah. But he came after me, and when he bought that blamed airplane, and then come after me.
So you had the OX5 Travel Air, then you had the Curtis Wright Flying School, then you had the Western Airways,
yeah,
and back to Brazil again.
Yeah.
And then after that, was it Julian?
After that, that's where I got acquainted with Julian. I took a charter trip. We moved to Oklahoma City. I took a charter trip in that Buell air sedan, took Julian to Los Angeles and back. And then, wasn't long till old Julian called. Said he wanted me to go with him. He wanted to go to California. And I thought he'd another charter trip. And I told him, yeah, come on out. Then he told me, no, says, there's a pilot coming through here to pick us up in a Lockheed Vega. And says, I want you to go with us. I said, well, I can't do that. And I'm busy. Well, he says, I said, I'm going to buy one of those airplanes, and I want you to go with me and kind of help me out. And I called old Uncle Jim and told him what was happening. Go ahead, go ahead. And I went, and that's when we got this thing started. Wiley was out there. And,
Is that where you met Wiley?
oh no, I knew Wiley before that. Yeah, I'd met him, oh, way back there. Anyway, that, nearly all them long stories. We went out there and he made a deal with this airplane. And I came back with him.
Who's he now?
Huh?
Who is he?
Julian,
Julian.
his group, and old Hank Freeze was the pilot, a friend of mine. And old Hank flew for Continental Oil Company. In fact, he's the one that kept trying to get me up there. And after I got up there, he got a job with Delta Airlines and left them. But anyway, he sold old Julian this airplane. He was selling airplanes. And after that, old Julian called me one day and told me he put me on his payroll. Said, you're going to be my day pilot, and Hank's going to be my night pilot. That's before Hank went to Continental Oil. Anyway, I said, I can't do that. I'm committed. Oh, well, said, we worked that out. Said, you're on a payroll. I didn't ask him how much or anything. But it turned out it was more than most people were paying. But anyway, I called old Uncle Jim, told him about it. Told him, I said, I don't know whether I ought to do that or not. Why not? So you can get somebody to fill in when you're gone. Says, my God, says, you'll be making a little money. And I never did tell old Julian, actually, that I was going to fly for him, but he called up out there one day and ready to go. I say ready to go. I took him somewhere in that old Bill again and come back. And then they'd called, said they'd getting his airplane started. Well, I had to go to California and wait for that thing then. I didn't have to, but old Uncle Jim told me to go ahead. Went out, and old Wiley and I spent about 2 weeks out there together. So you can imagine all the conversations we had.
I can imagine. I'd like to have heard some of it.
I'll tell you something, I don't know whether you ever heard about Wiley or not. You know, he discovered, as far as I know, that jet stream. And I know for a fact that, well, he used it. He broke records with a Lockheed Vega doing over 300 miles an hour, so he had to know what he was doing.
Right.
You know, get up there and catch that jet stream that's going right. All right. Do you know that he tried to interest some of the guys, dang weather experts about that? And then that time, there wasn't no such thing. Well, now then, you know what they're doing? They're forecasting damn near all their weather on the, you see it on TV. And old Wiley, he could tell about that weather too by looking up there and seeing those real high clouds. And he used it. He couldn't go with the weather. Nobody could then. I mean, except they could get an hourly report where they'd take the actual temperature, pressure, and wind velocities.
And he talked to you about that.
But they'd have to, you had to learn to forecast your weather yourself.
So he talked to you about this.
Oh, Wiley?
Yeah.
Oh, we talked about it nearly every day. And old Wiley, you know, he's had one eye, but on a clear day, even out there, look up and see these clouds. Well, there wasn't too many lots of time, but he was really up on that. And I'll tell you something else he was up on. He was always eating an orange. And we, of course, had a lot of time just to jabber and visit. He was eating this orange. Then he held it up and says, you know, says, if I could get a vehicle or an airplane and I could take off, he'd figured out, says, if I can take off at an angle and get out in the stratosphere, says, boy, I could go round and round the world. And he showed me why. He said, going at an angle, you get up here, out in the stratosphere, so you still got gravity. Says it'd be pulling you. But, says, instead of pulling you down back to Earth, said you go round and round and round. Now, he said, if you went straight up, got in the stratosphere, that gravity would pull you down, so you go straight down. And then we talked about that a lot. And finally he said, well, you know, got to figure some way. He said, I think we can figure out a way of getting out in the stratosphere. But, so we got to figure some way of getting back in, because everything comes back into our atmosphere burns up. Well, there he was. He had that figured out. And that's what they've been using.
You thought about the space shuttle and didn't know it, huh?
Yeah, yeah. But he had that old orange, and he showed me this, what happened.
Yeah.
You just get up, you know, out of our atmosphere at this angle. Gravity'd pull. You wouldn't have to have no power or nothing. And he was right.
Yeah.
It took a long time for them to do it. Of course, they didn't have a vehicle. They finally got where they sent a rocket at. But when the rocket come down, it'd burn up before it hit the ground.
Well, later, after you've taken a break, I want to talk about Wiley some more, and I've got a lot of questions I want to ask you about Wiley. But I imagine you'd like to take a coffee break or something, wouldn't you?
Oh, not me, but
no?
We'll get you some coffee.
You're not tired?
No, I hardly ever eat lunch even.
Oh. Well, I thought maybe you'd want to take a stretch break or something.
No.
You're not tired. Well, let me ask you a couple of questions then, if I'm not overdoing it.
No, you go ahead. If I'm answering.
Okay, we've kind of traced just some highlights of your career, which to me is really interesting. But as you look back over your flying career, I want to use a phrase and ask you to respond to it. Vivid in my memory. If you were thinking about a highlight or two as you look back over your career in terms of that phrase, vivid in my memory, what would come to mind?
You mean some of the highlights?
Yeah, something that really stands out that you remember about your career.
Well, you know, I was asked that one time before. I said one time, several times. And actually, I guess there was so much of it that I really enjoyed that I couldn't pick out one particular thing that I just thought, except, I'll take that back now, looking at it a different way. You know, I told you about writing these old kids that got in the Air Force and tell them, I got whatever happened, never panic. That they had a, you know, they got where they couldn't take care of the situation. They had a co-pilot. All right, I've been in situations that I know that's what happened. And I'll just tell you one. Coming from Cleveland, Ohio, I was coming to Ponca City in Lockheed 12. And by the other, I run out of gas on one tank, and I switched. Well, evidently there's water in the line and froze, and I didn't get no gas, and I couldn't get no gas. You ever been over that country just north of Indianapolis?
Yes, I have.
All right, it was north of Indianapolis and about 5 or 6 miles south of Warsaw, Indiana. Well, I looked down, there wasn't no place to land. And had to start coming down. I was at about 8,000 foot, something like that. And I started coming down. There was a little old patch, 5 acres. The snow was all on the ground. Well, I didn't dare run my landing gear down because I didn't know whether to run in a ditch. If I run in a ditch, landing gear down would have turned over. Left my landing gear up. Trimmed in, and I couldn't do any maneuver. Just trimmed in and just made my turn. Time I got turned, just sit down over the fence on that snow. I mean, as slick as a whistle. Hardly feel it. On the belly. Snow about that deep. Well, it's a little bit downhill. Well, down to the north side was some trees. Oh, they were about this big. Well, I scooted between 2 trees. And then when we stopped, I got out and there was a black little stump about that big and about that high, probably hit that far place in front of me. All right, I can't imagine of being in a closer spot than something like that. And my boss, Moran, he pulled things all the time. I had 2 other passengers. We got out, we was looking around, and the old man said, "Hi, God," said, "that's the best landing that redhead ever made for me." Says, "Usually I have to rub a knot off my head when he lands." I said, "I didn't make that landing." He was Catholic and had a St. Christopher medal up on the front there that faced the cabin. I said, "I didn't make that landing." Looked up. "Well, who did?" I said, "Old St. Christopher done that." He thought a little bit, that old word got the biggest kick out of that. But by golly, St. Christopher must have. Because like I say, I didn't have any choice. And I knew dang well I wasn't good enough to do just what happened and do no more damage than it did.
Now, the stump was where in relationship to the airplane?
It was?
The stump, where was it in relationship?
Right down in front, right in front of the nose.
That would rip the plane to pieces then.
Well, we'd been going slow, and I think it would have been a shock, but it wouldn't have hurt anybody. It had been up to the front of the airplane.
Was that the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to tell you about when we got the thing, all we had to do is, we bent propellers. They was just windmilling.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got the propellers and got them fixed, come back up there and got the thing jacked up and the wheels run down, and those old flaps still work. Drained out gasoline. But the old farmer been there before we landed. He was out there. Oh, he was having big time. And we got talking to him. We wanted to know if there's any place out there where we could pull that thing, you know, to have more room to take it off. There wasn't. And he even drove us around all of it. There wasn't no place. That was the only place. Now, if you think that don't make a believer out of you, one place within, I'd say 50 miles around that 5 acres, there wasn't no place you could land an airplane. Not even a kite, I don't think. It's rough. So, this old Mac Junkin, you see these pictures from a mechanic. He wasn't my co-pilot, but when he got propellers fixed up, we went up there together and got it all fixed up. Well, we got the thing turned around and heading back up between these 2 trees. He was in, we all buckled down. Directly, he said, wait a minute. I didn't know what was wrong. He got out, went over to that old farmer, and I don't know what he was talking about, but The old farmer said, yeah. Went over to his pickup and got an axe. Gave it to old Mac. And that dang Mac got out there and cut that damn tree down. I mean, he cut it down this left stump about that high. And he knew how to fall it. It fell the other way. He got back in there. I said, what in the hell did you do that for? Well, let's just put it this way. Said, I knew you was going to miss one on your side, but I wasn't sure you was going to miss something on my side. I said, well, I didn't intend to fly between them. I was going to go over them. And he looked up, and that field looked shorter. It even looked shorter to me. It was going to take off from him. I said, hell no, I wouldn't fly between those trees. I'd go over them. Of course, I might have had to. I don't know, but anyway, we taxied up there, got turned around, and backed up as far as I could. Old Mac was just sitting there like this. Directly he said, "How God says, good thing it's downhill, ain't it?" I said, yeah, I'm depending on that. Then I told him, I said, you never seen one of these things take off real short, have you? Well, yeah. You'd have seen you take them off short. I said, not like this going to be. So we run them engines up, and I turned it loose, and away we went. Sure enough, we drained all the gas out, but about 100 gallons. Guess that old farmer, man, he enjoyed that. Anyway, we went down there, and about 250 feet, it was ready to go. And I let it go a little bit farther, and it pulled up over them trees. Went on Indianapolis to gas up and go on the pond. Well, there for old Roscoe Turner was down there then, and we went in there and gassed up, and was informed by the FAA man that we could fly that airplane without getting a permit because, you know, the license wasn't any good since I had that forced landing. Well, that bird kind of made me mad. And old Mac, he didn't know just what to do but funny. I said, come on, Mac, we're going to Ponca City. And that bird, he followed out there a ways. I said, you watch us. We'll be taking off here in a little bit. And about that time, old Roscoe walked up. What's the matter, Red? I said, well, we had a forced landing up here. And that's the airplane is not what you'd call airworthy for hauling passengers. But, I said, we flew it out of that place. I said, 5 acres down here. Now then, this guy tells us we can't fly it home till it's made airworthy. Old Roscoe looked at that guy, and that bird is already taking backwater. Old Roscoe looked at him and says, he's not going to bother you. I said, well, I don't mean to be obstinate, but we've got to take this airplane back to our shop before we can fix it. And Roscoe turned to that guy. I said, you hear what he said? Well, yeah, but said he ain't supposed to fly it when it's not airworthy. And old Roscoe said, well, hell, we wouldn't lose nothing. Says he broke his damn neck. Says, let him go. So we took out, and that old boy, every time we went in there, he seen us, he remembered us, and he was always friendly. I mean, that CAA man.
So you made it back to Ponca City then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we didn't have big trouble. The only thing was wrong was the antennas, had some antennas on the middle. They was wiped off. Oh, yeah, I got the devil of that, too, from Tara, because we couldn't talk to Tara. And I circled until the road was clear and started in. Boy, the damn tower started yelling at me. Hell, I'd already seen everything cleared. I just sailed on in land. Got in there, man, they got on me. I told them, I said, I didn't have a radio. And I said I had to land because I was running out of gas. Oh, well, that's okay. We thought you was just pulling something. But after that, every time I'd go in there, man, them old boys they remember me. And they give me every advantage they could.
That's great. Well, there's one story that you told me that I really like. It's actually two stories, but the first one, they both have to do with thunderstorms. Because I've had to fly in and around so much weather, I'm interested in that. The story you told me yesterday about this old pilot that was real cocky and all about thunderstorms.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one?
About
Tell that one.
About me telling him how he'd feel if he ever got in a thunderstorm, like a shuck in a whirlwind.
Tell that one.
Well, this old boy, and he's a good old boy. Heck, I liked him. But I got worried about him, because too many times an old boy, when he has to brag every time he lands, why, he's got a complex sometimes. So, well, just show you the difference, a guy like that, a guy like old Clarence Clark. You never heard nothing out of him. In fact, you'd never know he was a pilot. You didn't know him. But like this other guy, heck, if he could just made us so little hot, man, he'd let the world know all about it. Well, anyway, I finally told this old boy he'd never been in a thunderstorm. Of course, just haw-haw. Asked the other boy, says, you hear that? He said, I've never been in a thunderstorm. I said, well, you haven't. Huh? Been in a lot of them. And I said, well, how'd you get out of them? Well, my instructor, first thing he told me, he impressed on me, was that rudder on this thing was made to turn that airplane around. Says, if you ever get in bad weather or anything, says, make a 180-degree turn and get out of there. I said, that's what you been doing? Yes, sir. I'll never forget that old rudder. I said, you still haven't been in a thunderstorm. I said, when you do, I want to tell you something about like that instructor told you about the rudder. I says, cut your power down so you don't build up excess speed. And get a hold. Hold on. Get your belt tightened down and hold on. And I said, you might make it. But I said, if you panic and try to fly it, you won't make it. And, oh, well, that's still kind of funny, but you can see it kind of got to him a little bit. About 3 months later, I think I told you about him coming in. We was having coffee, a couple of other old pilots, mates, and he was quiet. He didn't have nothing to say, and he spotted me, and he come over. I said, how about a cup of coffee? Yeah. He got a cup of coffee, and he'd sit there, and he'd look at me, and finally he said, Red, says, you remember telling me about me not being in a thunderstorm? I made out like I didn't remember. I said, well, no. When was that? He told me all about it. Oh, yeah. I said, I've told that story to several people. Well, I got, he said, I'll tell you, you tell the truth. Said, I'd never been in a thunderstorm. I said, you mean that rudder didn't help you turn around and come back out? No. And he said, then the first thing I thought of what you said about a shuck the whirlwind. And said, I felt just like I imagine that Chuck was doing. I said, well, you got out all right? He says, yeah. I said, how high did he go? And he said, about 20,000 feet. And he said, it done just like you said, just kicked me out. I said, your motor's still running? Yeah, kicked me out. Said, the air was smooth. I said, did you go back, try to get back in where you're going? He just kind of grinned and said, you know better than that. But I got that made me feel good that old boy had remembered what I told him. Probably might have saved his life.
You mentioned something about where his head was.
Oh, yeah, I asked him, I said, wasn't you looking out when he was going up? He said, well, yeah, it started with, but said my head kept going down, and said I couldn't see him. And that's where he was.
And you asked him about how long it took, 20,000 feet.
Oh, he really didn't know, but I had an idea because I got one that takes me. It took me about over 40 seconds to go from 5,000 foot to between 18,000 and 19,000 foot.
Just a few seconds.
About 40 seconds. I don't know about that. I just guesstimated. That damn, it seemed like hours.
Well, that's the other story I want you to tell is your Wichita thunderstorm experience when you were going up to Wichita and how it spit you out.
That was it.
Yeah, well, you told me some details about going up to Wichita and...
Oh, yeah, getting through there.
Yeah, your experience, not his, but yours.
Oh, yeah, well, that's where I got in one. I was flying mail then. I was coming from from Kansas City to Wichita, and Wichita to Ponca City, Fort Worth, and Dallas. Well, I got out of there in front of this line school. Oh, it was pretty black. I got in front of it, and I figured, and I stayed in front of it. I went even out of the way, down about 5,000 feet. I come down around in front of it, and this line school building up there, but I figured I'd find a hole to go under it. You know, most of the time they don't. They're not solid like that. And this one wasn't. I come around, and wasn't too much off my course, but maybe 15 miles. But I was getting down pretty close to Wichita, and I looked, and heck, there was a hole. I just dived into it. I got in there, and first thing you know, away we went. It just closed in on me. And that's when it kicked me out around 18,000, 19,000 feet on the northwest side of it. But when I couldn't do nothing with it, I cut the power down. And not enough, to kill me, and just enough that it wasn't building up in speed. And I just had to hold on. There wasn't nothing else I could do. That's what I told that old boy.
Now, you were going in underneath.
Yeah, I was going to a hole and heading for Wichita.
And you said you were about, 40 miles away?
Oh, no, Wichita was I was within about 30 miles, I guess.
And you were underneath this stuff, and it just sucked you right up into it?
Yeah, but I'd been there in front of it.
Yeah.
Hunting a hole. I found it.
Now, when you were inside of it, what did it feel like?
Oh, man, it was black and rough. I say rough. It wasn't as rough as it was. You just couldn't hold your head up. I mean, going up too fast. And then, when it kicked me out and got the thing righted up and everything and going and turned around and looked, and there was the build-up. Probably went to 50,000 feet.
Now, it kicked you out on the northwest side of Wichita.
On the back side of it, luckily.
This was all at nighttime, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then I sailed on into Wichita. And I took off there, and I was still behind it, but I stayed behind it till I got down there a ways, and I did find a good break there, and went into Ponca City, landed, and one of our other pilots had stopped there. He had more sense than I had. He was on his way to Wichita, but he stopped and was waiting. And pulled up there. Of course, I was out of the bad weather then. I go on Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Fort Worth, Dallas, with no trouble. But while he's unloading the mail, he climbed up on the field, on the wheel, and, wanted to know how the weather was. And I told him, I said, you can make Wichita. Told him where he'd go, because I said, it's breaking up back there. And I said, the time you get to Wichita, you make it on Kansas City, which he could. And then, before he got down, he says, God said, you're just crazy as hell flying this kind of weather. I told him, I said, well, I know it, but I can't help it.
Well, when you were in the cell itself, did you think you were going to survive?
Oh, yeah, I didn't have any feeling, that it was going to tear the airplane up or anything, because, well, it just wasn't that kind of a shock going on. It was going up, but it was going with the atmospheres in. When you get those shocks is when you're getting an air current at pretty good speed, and then you hit another air current, maybe it's different or just reversed. And then you're liable to take a wing off. But as long as you see you're in that medium, you're traveling with it. So actually there's no force on it, unless you try to stick the nose down and put the barrel on. And then you're building up the excess speed.
So you just pull the power back?
I pulled the power back far enough just so that the engine wouldn't get killed, and turn it loose.
Did your airspeed remain about the same?
God, I didn't want that damn airspeed.
Look at it.
But the old airplane stayed right side up. When it kicked me out, I was still right side up.
So you weren't fighting the controls?
No, you didn't dare. Anytime you'd change direction, you'd put a force of that updraft on one side of that airplane to the other.
Was there rain or lightning or hail?
There was lightning, but wasn't no hail.
How did you feel when it spit you out on the other side of Wichita?
Man, I felt good. I was sitting up there and I could look down there and there's all the lights of Wichita just right down there.
Another subject that I'm really interested in, because of some of my own experiences, is icing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had to describe some of your worst icing encounters, some of the things you got into and how you got out, what would you say about icing?
Well, the funny thing, the first icing condition I got in was that darn old Canuck mine. I'd been down here, and it is in wintertime. The weather wasn't really bad, but I took off and went to Oklahoma City, and I didn't think nothing about that ice. Those old wires under the wing got building up ice, those old struts building up ice, and I still ignorant about it. And I went up there and, they had 3-4 miles of availability, about, a couple 1,000-foot ceiling. I went up to the old airport and looked to see what direction the wind was. The wind's out of the north. And I made a turn, come back around. When I got started back around, I noticed the old airplane sailing. Well, I just gave her a little bit more coal, and I got my turn made. And by golly, I come over that fence and landed with the motor wide open. Well, I thought that's kind of odd, but still didn't think about that ice. Heck, it looked pretty on them Mars. And old Tibbs, I'll never will forget this. He seen me. He knew what kind of predicament I was in. And he come out there and, boy, he eat me up. God, he said, you don't know it, but you just like the fraction of breaking your damn neck. And at first I didn't know what he's talking about. I said, look at that ice on that thing. I said, it won't carry much ice. And then he looked, I don't know yet how in the hell you got this thing down. Boy, he scared the hell out of me. And I found out that, figured it out. Oh, Wiley helped me figure that out too. I was telling you about figuring out icing.
Yeah.
It's raining. Icing on the ground. If you can, well, if that rain is not freezing till it hits the ground or trees, well, it's not very far up there to a warm layer of air. All right, you can take off. You don't have to worry about it. You'll take on ice as long as you're down, like when you're taking off, you'll take on ice. But 100 to 200 feet, you have a warmer current. And probably you can go all the way on your route up there. But if you're up there and it starts freezing, the time you can come down and get in a warmer layer underneath.
So if you're up here and it's raining below you, so the air is warmer below you, you come down, you get warmer air.
Yeah.
But if it's freezing rain, there's going to be warmer air above you.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've had to cancel flight plans because they got where they wouldn't let you change altitude. I know coming from Washington, St. Louis, one day in 12, I'd had to file a flight plan to get out of Washington. The weather's bad, and they put me up, I believe, 8,000 foot. I don't remember actually, but anyway, after I got over those mountains, well, it must have been a cold front moving down. Anyway, I got taken on ice, and I called and asked for lower altitude, and they wouldn't give it to me. Well, I watched a little bit, thought maybe it just wouldn't last too long. But finally I just called them again. They said they're sorry they couldn't let me change my altitude. I said, is there any traffic do you know of in this area? Because I was going to change my course and go down. Well, no, they didn't have any traffic on the course I was on, but they knew it. And I sat there a little bit, and I thought maybe I could write it out, but it was putting on pretty good. So finally I just called them and told them, cancel my flight plan. And I went down about 2,000 foot. I was already across the mountain. Went down about 2,000 foot, got warmer, and hey, it wasn't 2 minutes till all the ice was gone. And I stayed there and got to St. Louis.
What kind of plane was that now?
Lockheed 12. We had de-icing boots on the Lodestar. I learned about them. I went in some ice and going to New York from Ponca City, up there about Indianapolis. And I thought, boy, this is going to be fun. I can just sit here and shuck that ice off past it builds up. Well, I found out something. That ice, those boots, break it up. But it wasn't long till there's a ridge right down back where those boots fitted on. And that ridge made spoilers. And that jump airplane started settling. I mean, I had to put power on it. But I I let down, got out of it. I got the warm current. Got out of that. And I thought that'd never melt off, but it did. And the next time I was out in Lockheed, this kid, I told them old boys, I said, man, I said, can y'all put de-icers? I said, I got a powder cub and I want to put a de-icer on it. They finally figured I was kidding. And then I told my experience. And it wasn't long after that to run on to old American airline pilot down here. They had those de-icers. I believe it was on a DC-3. Yeah. And I knew that they had the icers on there. And he didn't give me a chance to say anything. I wasn't even thinking about it. He said, say, you got the icers on your low ceremony. I said, oh, you bet. Wouldn't do without them. And I was kidding, because I'd already experienced it. And he had too. he told me the most hair-raising thing, and I guess it was close. He got in nice and condition down there around, it was before you get to the San Bernardino Mountains. I can't remember the name of that area, but he got in the icing condition there. And he told me, he said that I wasn't worried about it because I had the icers. I said, well, did the icers work? Oh, hell yes, they worked. But said they didn't go far enough back. And I said, well, what happened? He said they kept the ice off of the inner edge of the wing. First thing you know, said they built up there and said, you put a 2-4 down one of those wings and said the damn thing won't fly. And said a streak of ice like that and said they won't fly. And I got tickled. He looked at me and he said, you've been in it too, haven't you? I said, yeah. I said, the same dadgum thing happened to me. He said, boy, I tell you, all them de-icers is good for us just to maybe keep hail from denting the inner edge. But I never did use those de-icers after that except just playing with them.
Now, was his experience near Prescott, Arizona?
Huh?
Prescott, Arizona.
Yeah, I believe that was where he said he got into that ice.
Because I had...
Because from Prescott up north, Flagstaff is bad.
Yeah.
That's where he got into it.
Yeah. I had an experience in that area. There's a lot of heavy ice in there.
Yeah. Flagstaff place you got to watch. Yeah. And that's the peak. I mean, that's the worst. North of that, it'll get pretty bad. And it'll get pretty bad south of Prescott. But I got you learn. That is, if you get by one, you remember it.
Well, you got by that first one. What did you do and then after that, when it came to using the boots?
I just quit using those boots.
You didn't use them?
No, I'd fly like I did without them. I'd hunt me a warm streak of air.
So they would get you into more trouble than they would get you out of.
Oh, you bet they would. They'd kill you. And the reason they got going, I guess, was to start with, some of those old pilots experienced enough that icing that they'd stay out of it if they could. And if they got in a little bit of ice, they'd turn them on, they'd kick it off. But after they got thinking that's all they needed, well, heck, they'd go right on in something, and that's the way that old boy got in trouble. That's the way I got in trouble. Heck, I thought I had everything. I had that de-icer.
Well, no, when you had that strip of ice, like a stall strip back behind the boots, did the airplane start to shudder or just settle or what?
No, it just wasn't. Even with high speeds, you could feel it. The altimeter would show you. It'd be settling. That was a Lodestar. It had plenty of power. That's what scared me.
Yeah.
The power wasn't doing damn bit good. But Oh, there was another experience. I don't know whether I told you that or not. You've heard of lightning striking airplanes. Well, I've seen 2 or 3 airplanes where the lightning struck. And when the lightning strikes an airplane, the first thing it does is go through the antennas and burns up the radio inside the airplane. And if there's gas in the wings, it'll blow a wing off because the sparks runs all over that airplane. That's the reason that Lodestar didn't have gas tanks. I mean, regular tanks in the wing. They were integral, built in. It was part of the gas tank was part of the wing. If any gas leaked, it leaked outside. But I had this experience, and man, that was hard to. Well, knowing me, they never knew when I was ribbing or what. Coming from New York, Ponce City one time, coming by Indianapolis. Weather wasn't bad, but there was some clouds up above, and I was flying about 6,000 feet, 6,000 feet. I'd see this lightning up there, but I'd been getting the weather, and ceiling visibility was good. But the static got bad. Got where I couldn't even hear. But the air wasn't rough. Co-pilot was back visiting with big boss, Mr. Moran, I was telling him about. And I was buzzing along there and looked. Then the old Lodestar looked at. My God, there was a ball of fire, about that big, right at back of Callaghan on the left engine. I thought, good gosh, my engine's on fire. And the blame thing was running as slick as a whistle. And I couldn't figure that out. I was just ready to pull the fire extinguisher. Well, that ball, when I reached down to get a hold of it, I guess the airplane leaned over a little bit. That ball of fire come out of there, up here. And it was still back a little bit, must have been. And that blame ball of fire split. And those balls of fire played leapfrog down that wingtip and went off discharge from the airplane to the ground. I haven't heard anybody that had that experience. If they did, they didn't recognize it. But I knew dang well the lightning didn't strike that airplane, because that air was so charged that when I flew in there at the speed I was going, that all-metal airplane, that blamed old airplane built up until that static built up into, wasn't far, it's static electricity, like, I've seen it running up and down barbed wire fences, seen it on windmills. All right. When I got in there, and that thing had built up so much that it discharged. It did. It took some of the little corner there where the ailerons fits in, took that off. And then, of course, I'll tell you what profound happened to it when we got to Ponce City. Co-pilot come charging up there and said, lightning struck us. And I said, no, I got the lightning didn't strike us. Well, I was sitting back there and said, I seen it. I said, did you see it come up from above? He said, I seen it go down the wingtip to the ground. I said, yeah. I said, this old booger just gave birth to a bolt of lightning. Well, of course, he didn't believe it. Well, we went on in, and old Mac Duncan was there, and we told him what happened. And I went around and inspected the propellers, because I had that static on those propellers at night when, boy, there'd just be a bright blaze. That far from the propeller tips. And the propellers would be Anyway, I went around there and I told old Mac what happened. I wasn't sure that he believed it. But I showed him these propellers where that static had went off there. It had fused some of that aluminum or duval. You know, this made it rough. And then up on the nose of the airplane, right in line with the propellers, there'd be a little dot, like a spot whale, on both sides. All the propellers had that little burn on. And I told them about that, you know, them two ball fire plane leapfrog down there. I said, you get up on there, you might find some of those little spot whales where that ball of fire hit. Well, they didn't believe that. But it wasn't long till they was cleaning the airplane. They got up on top of there, washing that old wing down, and sure enough, there was them little spots. Not enough to burn through. But the first time they had the belly jacked up, you know, where you get under it, well, we found several little holes all that side of the pencil under the belly, which was the low part. It was even lower than the wing was. So there's something else. And that was something that it would be hard to convince a lot of old pilots even. But by gosh, when you experience it, I guarantee you understand it, and you won't, you try to avoid it after that. But you can't avoid that kind all the time. Except if you're, the only reason, simple way I have done it, I was trying to use my radio and it got so much static that I couldn't hear nothing. Well, there's another thing. When that thing discharged, I had the damn blame radio turned up, and it was just clear as a bell, and the old boy come on going by Indianapolis, and I heard the old boy on the control tower like to knock my ears off. Because I had it turned up. And I would have had it turned down, except I kept turning it up, just trying my best to hear what he was saying. And then I seen that ball of fire, I forgot about turning them up.
When the discharge
When that discharged the whole area there, and the airplane too. For I guess you could say for a minute there, the old airplane didn't have any charge on it. But it didn't take long to build up again. I didn't have any more trouble from there on. Those are, I'd say, don't sound like silly experiences, but they were firsts for me. And I know that other pilots have had the same thing. Because they've told me about them. Wiley has.
Really?
And I always try to listen to them, and if I can figure them out, try to, you know, avoid anything bad.
Well, I have several friends, and there are a lot of pilots who have a lot of respect for some of the early aviators and early aviation, and like to learn about it, like to learn from other people. You've made statements to me before that you've learned a lot from other pilots, like talking to Wiley and talking to you.
Oh, I have.
If you were talking to some pilots today and giving them advice, what are some of the things that they could learn from you that you would tell them? What kind of advice would you give?
Well, about all I could tell them was, because there's so many things that they wouldn't understand what you're talking about. I mean, little things. And you know, that was Wiley's secret. Little things that most pilots never did even think about. But if a guy will just go into things with these little things and try to figure them, if he can't figure them out, I mean, if it's something that's going to get him into trouble, if he can't figure that out, how to get around it, he better not do it. And not only that, but there's been somebody that experienced that, and if he hears them telling about it, he better listen to it. Because 9 times out of 10, if an old boy's had an experience and tells it, you can tell whether he's putting on or not. He starts out first letting you know what a skilled, experienced pilot he is. You know damn well he's blowing it up. But if he starts telling you facts, they might sound ridiculous. But you just listen. And finally, if you don't understand it then, if you keep on flying, you'll get into it. And so when you do, it's just like that old boy I was telling you about. He remembers what I told him. And you'd remember that. And to me, that's the only way I could learn. I was too damn dumb to figure everything out myself. Learn by listening and trial and error. The main thing with listening to some of those older pilots' experiences is you get an idea. Maybe you won't think nothing about it until something you haven't experienced. And you remember some old boy that you heard tell about that. And I don't give a damn what anybody says. You'd have to be awful damn smart to figure all that out yourself and not take some of that old silly advice from people that experience those things. It's a funny deal. I get the same way in any kind of hazardous work. If you don't listen to some of the old-timers' experiences, you're going to take it on, experience everything they have yourself, and you might not make it. Yeah. So just listening to one of them might even save your life sometimes.
Excuse me just a second.
Well, I don't want you to go by everything I've been talking about. You talk some of these other old pilots. Like I was saying, not my skill or experience that's kept me going all this long. It's like that old saying, the good Lord takes care of drunks and idiots. Well, he took care of an idiot a long time.
You've known quite a few interesting people. Let me just mention a name and then ask you to respond to it. Like Roscoe Turner.
Yeah. Yeah, him.
What? How would you describe him?
Oh, I'd describe that old boy as he liked to do it. He got it. All he did that is just his life. He'd make up things to make people notice him. But he was also a good pilot, but that helped him. Like flying that, he flew that Lockheed, you know, where the wings set up on those wing struts.
Oh, yeah.
For that picture making outfit. And that old line. He do things like that. But he was a down-to-earth old boy. He did things like that because that was part of the show. And he made money at it.
The Air Express?
Huh?
The Air Express?
The Air Express, yeah. what was that outfit, that picture-making outfit that had this old line that's always big?
It was Gilmore the Lion.
Yeah.
Gilmore was the lion. I forget.
That might have been, no, started saying it might have been the name of the company. But old Roscoe flew for him, and he got started at that through that picture-making outfit. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, was
That's
that
it? Yeah. MGM. That's it. The Gilmore Lion.
Yeah.
See, there's a picture of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can tell looking at that deal, he's enjoying all that.
Yeah. See, there's the Air Express, the Gilmore Lion, and here's the little cub.
I'll tell you something about old Roscoe. He was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and they was fixing up a racer for him. And he and his mechanic, I knew mechanic, and we stayed there a day or so, and was staying in the same hotel that Roscoe and his mechanic was staying in. And it's during wintertime, and boy, up there you walk down the aisle in those old hotels, and reach over, you get the doorknob, and there'd be a spark jump that for. Well, this mechanic was absolutely terrified of that. And that damn Roscoe, he'd even scuff his feet. And then he just pointed his finger at this old boy just almost faint.
Roscoe was pretty colorful then, huh?
Oh, yeah.
But he was still a good pilot.
Yeah, and he pulled all this stuff not in an arrogant way, in a fun way.
No.
That's a difference in a lot of them. He really I never heard him brag about his flying, but I know he was a hell of a good pilot because he flew, I think he won some races, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did. What about Eddie Belandi? Was he a good pilot?
Oh, yeah.
There's a picture of Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie Belandi was a good pilot.
And one of the early, I think the first, he was the test pilot on the first Vega, wasn't he?
He flew the first Vega. No, Northrop designed that thing.
Yeah. Did you know Jack Northrop?
Yeah.
What kind of person was he?
Oh, he was a fine old boy. And he got killed in an airplane crash there over the Grand Canyon. And I know there's several of those old boys in there. I think you got a lineup of them there. They showed the somewhere back here there. May have the wrong book, but it showed the whole personnel of Lockheed factory.
Did you know Alan Lockheed?
No, I don't think I ever even met either one of those Lockheed. Their name was spelled
L-O-U-G-H-E-A-D,
yeah.
like Loghead.
I mean, this old boy.
Joe Crossan, did you know him?
Oh yeah, he was a good friend of mine. He and his wife and Wiley's. I got to know him through Wiley.
What kind of pilot?
Vultee, I knew Vultee.
Vultee?
Yeah, he helped design these dang things.
What kind of pilot was Joe Crossan?
Oh, he was one of the best.
Was he?
Yeah. Well, you've heard of bush pilots.
He was an Alaska bush pilot.
Yeah. I didn't know any of these.
Now, was he killed or what?
I believe he finally died, but he designed. I believe he designed that old Traveler or Swallow or something. He was. I got to know him up here, Wichita.
Really?
I never, visited with him a whole lot, but I got to know him. Go.
What about Frank Hawks? What kind of pilot was he?
Oh, he was a good pilot and a fine old boy.
Was he?
I wasn't around him a whole lot, but it don't take long, for guys on that and up. But he done a lot of flying that he had to be good.
Let's see, he flew for Texaco.
Yeah. Yeah, he just got to take through. Herb Fay, huh?
Oh, Herb Fay. Did you know him?
I seem me like I met him, but I never was really well acquainted with him. Well, of course, like I met Lindbergh.
Okay, now there's Ann and Charles Lindbergh. Did you know them?
I met him. In fact, I met him several times.
What did you think of him?
Well, I thought he was all right. He was a little bit distant, but, kind of quiet. He wasn't the kind that, was always popping off like a goat.
Was he deserving of all the accolades they gave him?
Yeah, I think so. I'd say he was an excellent pilot. And had to be.
Let's see, in 1927, when he made his flight across the Atlantic, you had just learned to fly?
Yeah, I'd learned to fly in 26, and yeah, he just made his flight.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, oh, you bet.
Were you impressed by that?
Yeah, I was. I knew this old boy.
Who's he?
Bill Brock.
Oh, yeah. He tried to go around the world.
Yeah, and see, who the devil he ended up with? Goodyear, Goodrich, I don't remember who. I thought sure one of these books has got shows the Lockheed executives and those.
I thought that was back toward the front.
Well, that's where I thought it was. Maybe I just passed over it.
That's not them there, is it?
Oh, huh. No, what I was looking for is, or it must be in another book.
Probably another book, yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I don't.
Now that was the picture I was thinking about back here, but
Yeah.
that's not.
Well, let me see. Well, God, I swear I thought that was the book.
Yeah, that's okay. Anyway, I was asking if you knew Jack Northrop, and that's when you were
Oh.
looking for that picture.
Yeah, I'd met him and knew him, but, wasn't around him too much.
Yeah.
Well, like Doolittle. I knew Doolittle. I run into him every now and then.
What about Jimmy Doolittle? What did you think of him?
Oh, I liked him. I thought he was all right.
Was he a good pilot?
Yeah, you bet he was. Yeah. Well, here's our old Continental Oil Companies.
Yeah. You've flown that one.
Yeah, well, it says down here, let's see. Oil operating. Well, they even Tell him about Julian Oil and Royalty Company. Well, but doggone, there must be another book, 'cause it tells who's flying those things.
Well, back in the back, your name is listed back in the back as having flown that airplane.
Yeah, but it was listed up here, too. You ever know Russell Shaw?
No.
He's dead now. He flew for, well, he flew for Lockheed for a while, and then flew for Hughes when Hughes built that fighter ship. He was flying over. Well, he's from back east. No, but they're doing it. I mean, it was the wrong book. I don't know. But there's much stuff in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of information. Amelia Earhart, did you know her?
Yeah, I said knew her. I met her several times, and actually I met her. Visited with her more. She was a good friend of Wiley's.
What do you think of her as a pilot?
By God, I thought she must have been a pretty good pilot. And, of course, nobody knows what happened to her, but I thought she was a pretty good pilot.
When I stood up in Newfoundland at Harbor Grace, you know where that is?
Yeah.
When I stood up there and saw how small that strip was up on top of this mountain, I thought you had to be pretty good to take an airplane into that little strip.
Yeah.
And she did.
She did. And she went on across.
Yeah. And you know, Ruth Nichols crashed at that same spot at Harbor Grace in a Lockheed Vega.
Yeah.
After Amelia had landed there. You know Ruth Nichols? You know of Ruth Nichols?
No, I don't believe I know her. There's another woman pilot.
Laurel Ingalls?
That may be the one. I knew her pretty well.
She had very strong German sympathies during World War II.
Oh, Laura Ingalls, no. Oh, heck. I got acquainted with her up there in New York when Wiley was making his last flight.
Who was that?
I guess I can't remember. Her and May were good friends. Wiley's wife and her were.
Selma Madden? Or what?
No.
What was her name?
No, heck, I can't remember it.
Oh, how about Fay Gillis Wells? Fay Gillis?
No.
No?
No, well, that was Wiley and May's friend too, but she was from out of Alaska. I say out of Alaska, that's where she was first time I heard of her.
Yeah.
I don't know whether she's pilot or not. Oh, dang, I wish I could make. This woman was, her husband was a pilot, and she was one of the top women pilots. And I got pretty well acquainted with her because she was down there with May, at Wiley's wife, when he getting ready to go around the world. And we'd all out there together when he landed. In New York off that ship.
Well, maybe you think of her name later.
I might. Her picture might be in there. I don't
What
know.
about Jimmy Mattern? What do you think, Jimmy Mattern?
Oh, I like old Jimmy. He country devil just like I was.
Now here's a picture of his century that cracked up the first time in Russia, and here's a picture of the Spirit of Progress.
Yeah.
Is that the one? That
Yeah.
crashed the second time in Russia. He crashed twice in Russia.
Yeah. You seen the picture of him where he had out in front of this crash, he had this tent and his whiskers. And,
Yeah.
yeah. I've seen that Star Devil. Oh, not too long ago. He was down here when we were getting that Aero Museum started. And gosh, dang, big fat devil, I don't know how in the world he got around.
What kind of pilot was he?
Oh, Jimmy was a good pilot. I guess, I don't know, but whether Jimmy's got more hours on a Lockheed Vega than I have or not, I kind of doubt it because he'd almost have to fly for an airline.
Well, now, how was it that he tried twice and crashed both times, and both of those same periods of time Wiley was successful? What was the difference?
I really couldn't tell you unless it was a mistake in the weather. And that's something that a lot of people never thought about. Wiley was pretty sharp on that weather, and he didn't go by the experts. He never did.
Now, Jimmy was telling me, this was back in 1981 in Oklahoma City. He told me that when he went across the Atlantic, I think in 1933, that he ended up in Norway instead of Ireland. He was way off course,
Yeah.
sleepy, and went to sleep and got
Yeah.
way off course.
Well, Benny Griffith was with him, wasn't
Well, then that was 1931,
he? Well, yeah, I guess so.
or whenever.
His first trip, he and Benny Griffith.
They got way off course.
Yeah.
And yet, here Wiley just went right straight across and did such a good job of navigating. What was the difference?
Well, I couldn't say unless it's difference in people. There wasn't too many people like Wiley. I mean, people that depend on somebody else's information, whatever they're trying to do.
Here's my theory, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. In talking to Jimmy Mattern and in reading about Wiley, Wiley seemed to me to be a very meticulous planner. He planned and thought and trained and did everything just so thoroughly, where in listening to Jimmy describe it, he just kind of figured he could do it, and without a lot of planning, just went out and tried it.
Just load up and take off. No, you said it when you said about Wiley, like I was talking about a while ago. So many things that sound so silly, little things.
Yeah.
Well, Wiley didn't leave nothing undone, every little thing. And so many of them, one of them didn't mount nothing. But you get a bunch of those little things,
They mount out.
put them together, and you find out something.
Now, you talk about these little insignificant silly things. I'll tell you one thing that impressed me. When I was getting ready to duplicate Wiley's flight, or to recreate it, I had read that in his preparation for his flight, he sat in a chair for like 10 hours or so, or in a cockpit maybe it was.
Yeah.
He sat in the airplane, did something, just sitting in one position for this long period of time. And I got to thinking, how few people would think of that. You just think, well, you go get in an airplane, and he actually practiced sitting.
He practiced that several days before he started out.
And that gave me an idea when I realized that this man was thinking like a true scientist, like a true researcher. And most people wouldn't even have thought to have done that.
No.
So I took that idea and I tried it. I tried sitting at home in a chair, and I had a sandwich and a bunch of other stuff so I wouldn't have to get up. I couldn't sit in a chair for 10 hours without moving. It was impossible. And yet in the airplane, I had to sit for 16 and a half hours without moving.
Yeah.
But I got the idea to try it from reading about how Wiley did that.
Well, it probably helped you what she did.
Oh, yeah. It helped a lot. But what I read about Wiley was he'd go out and sit in the cockpit for hours and hours and just look at the instrument.
Yeah.
Are those true stories?
Yeah, you bet they are. That's what I was telling you about. He never left any little thing out.
Yeah.
And that made the difference.
Well, that was my theory of the difference between Jimmy's failure and Wiley's success, his preparation.
Well, I've thought of that too, knowing both of them. And the first trip, I figured they was going to make it. Old Benny Griffin, he was an old friend of mine. I knew him ever since I learned to fly. And he was a good pilot, but he was a businessman too.
Yeah.
He got to be manager at that Washington airport. Every time I went in there, well, we just had a big time visit, and I used to visit with him a lot up here. But I never will forget one time I left New York, and I was supposed to go to Chicago, but had a man we want to let off down in Washington. Well, we got down to Washington, the weather got bad. But we got in, and I checked that weather. When I went in to check the weather, there's old Benny Griffin, and a dadgum old senator from Michigan or someplace. And old Griff he had old Griff checking the weather. He just had to go to Chicago. Well, old Griff had checked it, and he didn't know what else. He'd tell that old bird that the weather's too bad. Well, the airlines had said that it was too bad. That's the reason he was hollering. He wanted old Benny to go jump on the airline, make him go. And when I come in, man, old Benny's glad to see me. I said, I've got to go up and check the weather. He said, I'll go with you. And he wanted to get away from that guy. He told that guy, said, you just sit down over there. Says, I'm going to go check the weather with this man, and if it's all right, says, I'll let you know about it. When I got out of hearing this, he shook his head. He says, God dang. Says, that bird's a senator. Senator, he told me Illinois or someplace back there. And says, I didn't know that we ever had a senator, anybody, that could be as damn ignorant or whatever is the matter with that guy. If they're all like that, he says, Lord help us. Well, I'd thought things changed a long time, but we went up and checked the weather, and I'll give it a good checking. And they just had a fresh mat, and I knew at that time we could get in if we was there close enough. In the next 30 minutes, we could get in Chicago. But after 30 minutes, we wouldn't be able to get in Chicago. Another 30 minutes would be another 50 miles. We couldn't make that direction. And I had a new boss. And he just had to go to Chicago. Of course, let me know about it. I just listened a little bit. And I didn't say I'd take him. I just told him, I said, if you know a place, get you a room down here to stay, all you guys, you better go down and get it, because I'm not going to Chicago. And then one old boy that knew me pretty well, this new president of the company, he didn't know what to say. He said, I've just got to go to Chicago. I said, well, maybe the airline's going. But I said, I'm not going. I said, we may be able to go tomorrow morning. But I said, I'm sure not going in that weather tonight. But why don't you check with the airline if you just got to go? And old Griff was listening to me, and that gave him nerve. he went down and told that old senator to forget it. And all that old senator thought he was being treated awful. But when I told this new president, hell, I hadn't known him a week, that I never did mention any words to them birds. Like I told them, they knew where to get them room, they better go get it because I wasn't going. On account of the weather's too bad going. Well, he naturally said he just had to go. And I told him to go get on the airline. Maybe they're going. And one of these old boys spoke up. God said, I'm not going to get on no airline. I said, if Fred don't go, I sure as hell ain't going. Well, that was last of that. They all went down, got them around. I did too, me and my co-pilot. Next morning we was out there, and the weather was still bad, but wasn't too bad there. We could get in Chicago, but it'd be on this much. I called them. They wanted me to call if we could go. I called them, told them, come on out, and we'd go. But payoff was old Benny Griffin. Well, he just grinned from ear to ear. And I went out there the next morning, and he disregarded old Benny's advice, to forget about it till tomorrow. And so helped me, one of the airlines, I can't remember which it was, decided they'd go to Chicago. Well, that old booger got on that airplane with them, and they ended up in Minneapolis. And they was there. They got in there that night, but they was there, a half a day longer. They still couldn't get in Chicago.
You didn't make it, huh?
Yeah. And when I left there, I just made it. I mean, it just cleared out enough. I was in it all the way. And the time I got to Chicago, it cleared out enough. I made it.
Interesting. Let me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So,
Were you finished? Or?
oh yeah, I'm finished.
Let me mention two more names and get your response. What did you think of the Wright brothers?
Oh, and they're my heroes. I never did. Well, I never did. No, I never did. I don't think I ever met one of them. You remember old Casey Jones?
Yeah.
We used to be with Wright. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Now, I might have met one of those Wright brothers, but it seemed to me like that. I know one of them was dead. But old Casey, I knew old Casey, because he was running that Wright flying service. Yeah. And I liked that old boy. He was kind of a blustery old boy, but I guess he was a good pilot.
One last name. What did you think of Art Goebel?
Oh, actually, just between me and you, I actually felt sorry for old Art. In fact, that's been my way of thinking about them kind of people. There's nothing you can do for them. And when you find somebody like that, I don't dislike them. But if I had to do dealings with them, I don't know what I'd do. I just wouldn't do it, that's all.
Not too trustworthy?
No. But like I say, about everybody that, is afflicted like he is. I just feel sorry for him. And naturally.
What was the problem?
His problem was afraid. He knew, I guess he must have knew his capabilities, but he tried to put on to make a big impression. That's the best I could figure out about him, because...
Well, you were telling me a story that I hadn't heard before about his flight across the Pacific, the Dole race.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, he won that Dole race. Yeah. And he was in that old trailer, the old Warhawk. Yeah. And I guess Phillips was backing him, I don't know. I wondered about that. I didn't know old Art too well, but I just got to wondering the type of person he was. If things got a little bad, I kind of felt like the old Art would, you know, go to pieces. Well, we got talking about it out there all different times. Old Art was fooling around Lockheed there. That's how come we get talking about it. That's where I met him. But finally got around, and I don't remember where we was talking to his navigator or what, but there was nobody that knew his navigator. Now this I couldn't verify because it's hearsay. But they got out there and got into weather, flying blind. And old Art wasn't doing too good a job, I guess, but he got, according to this guy, got panicky. And they said that they wouldn't have made it. He wanted to turn around and come back. But they'd gone a little too far, and this navigator knew it. And they said that this navigator, they said they had a gun. The navigator put a gun in his back and told him just stay on that course. And he made old Gold stay on that course, and they made it.
So
If you see the pictures, when he got there, all that reception and everything, you don't see that navigator. All you see is old Art putting on. Well, that was his life. You know, people looking at him, looking at him, but it's kind of pitiful in a way because he's bound to not have the ability or the skill to be the kind of pilot, you know, that we knew. Because I don't know this what would be wrong with the guy, except he's just not there. There's something missing about him. And like I said, I don't feel bad against him or anything. I feel sorry for him. In fact, if anything could be done, I mean, back then, if anything could have been done for him, why, I would have been all for it. But you can't do nothing for him kind of guy. All you can do is just pity him.
I think we've got, I think it's time for a break, but afterwards, I want to ask some questions about Wiley and the around the world flights and your acquaintance with him. So I want to get into the Wiley Post story later, but I think she has something for us to snack on there.
Yeah, okay.
So let's take a break.
Yeah, okay. How do you get this thing on? Oh, I see.
Squeeze that.
Tired?
I wanted to talk a little bit about Wiley and some of his work and your knowledge of it.
Yeah, I don't know how much I know but about it, but
Where did you first meet Wiley? How did you first become friends?
up there at Oklahoma City, out there at that old airport, that was before he soloed. He come in there with somebody. They'd been out, you know, putting on an air show, and Wiley'd been with him and made parachute jumps. And that's where I first met him.
Was that when Burl Tibbs was flying?
Yeah. Yeah, old Burl was operating there, and another old boy called Tarbutin, Bob Tarbutin, was operating there.
Well, that must have been in 27 or 26.
Well, I think I met Wiley in 26.
And then he soloed, what, in 20...
Oh, he soloed.
29?
I think, no, he soloed in, I think, not later than 27.
27.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was in a Canuck.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And you knew Wiley when he and May eloped in the Canuck?
Yeah, but I didn't know May.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew Wiley, but I didn't know May. But that's the way I got acquainted with him. See, he'd go out with those birds and make parachute jumps, and they'd let him fly the airplane. And they came into the old Oklahoma City airport one day, and that's how I got acquainted with him.
In the lifetime of a person, you don't have a whole lot of real close friends. What was it about Wiley that attracted you as a friend?
I don't know, unless it was their interest in flying. I say interest, I mean intense interest in flying. And that seemed to kind of, there wasn't too many people you could talk to about flying. I don't know whether you ever heard it or not, but at that time, that young airplane pilot was about the lowest down person that was in the country.
Really?
And they got that reputation because, like too many of them, they could fly, but they'd go out and fly on Saturdays and Sundays, hauling passengers and everything. And then that guy Gully, they'd go get drunk and just raise Cain and get in jail and everything. So they really built up a reputation. But Wiley wasn't like that. In fact, I never did know of him. Well, he didn't drink. And he wasn't a carouser like those other birds. That's all those other birds want to do. And some of them was, well, they were good friends of mine. I liked them. But they were different kind of birds. You couldn't call them religious. But I'll tell you one thing. They would never ask you a question. If you got in a fight with somebody and this guy was beating you up, they'd come and help you kill that guy if you wanted to. And maybe a few days later, they'd say, well, what was that all about? That's the way they were. And they were condemned, but I guess on the other hand, I guess it proves no matter how bad a reputation the guy gets, there's someplace there that's some good in him.
Was Wiley the kind of person you enjoyed talking to?
Well, yeah, he was a little bit on the shy side. I mean, quiet side. But after you get started talking to him, well, Lord, he liked to talk. But if there's anybody around that he didn't know much about, or maybe didn't think nothing of it, well, he'd sit all day and not say nothing.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How would you describe his kind of personality? Was he dynamic? Was he, what kind of personality?
Well, I'd say quiet and reserved.
But he must have been very determined.
Oh, he was. Yeah, you can say that.
Not too many people could do what he did.
Oh, and that's something else about him. He done that on all his own. And I know that he didn't have help outside.
Did he confide in you about some of his dreams and his plans, desires he had?
He told me how he discovered the jet stream, picking cotton. And he laid down on his back on this old cotton sack between two rows, and this real high, thin clouds up there. And he watched them just going like this. And and then he got to watching them all the time and learned a lot about them. Tried to pass it on. The experts,
They weren't interested.
they weren't interested. There wasn't nothing to it.
How about prior to 1931, when he made his first around-the-world flight? Did he tell you about any of those plans, what he hoped to do?
Oh, yeah. We talked about it. In fact, he wanted me to go with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He wanted you to be the navigator?
Well, he knew I wasn't a navigator, but he just wanted me to go with him.
Huh.
And
Why didn't you go?
I just got married. And I'd thought about going, but you know, I didn't turn him down because I was scared to go. Because heck, I'd been ready to go if I hadn't just got married.
So you married in 1931?
Yeah. Well, no, 1930.
30? He was planning the flight in 1930, I guess, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he left in June of 1931.
Yeah, I think that's when he left.
What was some of the things he told you about before the 1931 flight?
Oh, he had maps laid out, and had been going over them, and he showed me the routes. Of course, I forgot. And not only that, but he had some information on weather conditions. That how that North Pole, that cold air coming down across the part of the country affected the weather across the ocean, and what times it was the best and everything. And I guess he must have left about the best time of the year. It was in June.
June,
yeah. No, and he figured out all those things. And he figured them out without any help from anybody. And that's what, you know, that's what made him different. And it's also what made him successful.
Where did he get his maps from of Europe and Russia and other places outside this country?
I don't remember. As far as I know, he got them all over this country. You know, Rand McNally had a full set of maps all over the world.
Is that the kind he used, Rand McNally?
I don't remember what they were. I know that's the first map I used over the United States, Rand McNally. And when they got to bring out these other maps, I couldn't hardly navigate by them because the mileage was different.
Did Wiley ever take a globe and show you how he had planned his route and all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Or used an orange like I was telling you.
Yeah.
But I don't remember where we found the globe. Might have been there in Lockheed. I believe it was. When they was building their ships.
What made him decide to go across Russia instead of another direction?
Well, I think the weather run him around. Oh, what made him decide to go west?
Yeah.
Well, I think that the reason was he figured that airplane was fast enough to overcome, no, not overcome, I mean, with the extra speed he'd get from westerly winds.
I see.
Well, he figured that speed pretty dang close. I don't know what he figured it would be, but he didn't figure on any headwinds.
Yeah.
Crosswinds maybe,
Yeah.
but I think he figured that he could just have to judge where he might get the best wind.
Did he discuss with you what altitudes he might be flying at?
No, that was something that was just dependent on where he was and what kind of weather conditions. No, he'd go, oh heck, he'd been better than 30,000 feet in that Vega without any oxygen.
Yeah. Now, what about the performance of the Vega? Did he discuss performance of the airplane with you?
Yeah, and with this ordinary supercharger, anybody with the Vega could do pretty good up. It wouldn't start falling off, get up past about 12,000 feet. But with that other supercharger on there, he'd go on up like he did, 30,000 feet. And if he'd had that oxygen, when he finally got his oxygen set up, he went up past 40,000 feet.
Now let's see, in 1931, were you still flying with Julian in this Vega, or had you already gone to the airline?
No, I'd gone with Braniff.
You were flying
Yeah.
with Braniff in 31.
Mm-hmm.
So you had been flying a Vega
Oh, yeah.
up till before 1931.
Oh, yeah, that one there. I got it this week after Wiley got his.
So the two of you discussed the Vega then.
Oh, yeah,
uh,
we worked that thing over from stem to stern, washed and built it. Glue, little nails, tape,
Is that right?
real thin plywood, spruce plywood.
Well, in June of 1931, when he left, where were you?
I was in Oklahoma City.
Did you go to New York then at that time? Or?
No, I didn't go that time. I did fly out and meet him. I don't remember whose airplane that was. When he got back and finally come into Oklahoma City, I flew up towards Tulsa until it run on time, turn around and come back and in that little airplane.
And this one here?
Yeah. And photographer, never will forget this. That gum upholster left one of them old upholstery needles in the right front seat. Well, this photographer for Daily Oklahoma, he was up there, had his camera, big devil. Oh, and he was scooching around. And he got set on that needle. And his leather upholstery, but he sat on that needle. Man, he come out of there. I didn't hear him, but there was a couple other guys in there. Another guy was the Daily Oklahoman, and I don't remember who the other was.
So that needle came right through the seat, huh?
Yeah, it came through that leather. I guess reading that leather pretty tough, I guess. But the big as he was, boy, it's a...
Now, was that the time when you landed in Tulsa to let off a passenger and Wiley waited up overhead for you while you went on to Oklahoma City?
No, I don't remember too much about that. No, this time I think is the only time I knew he was coming from Tulsa. So these newspaper men told me, they kept track of it. So I took them and started towards Tulsa till I met him, and then we came in. No, Wiley didn't wait for me any place up there. I don't remember.
Somebody had told me that story in Oklahoma City at the Airspace Museum. Said you were bringing a passenger, and he hovered overhead while you let the passenger off, and then you took off again and came together to Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that could have been sometime when I was flying from Braniff, but I don't remember.
Well, after the around the world flight, what were some of the things you talked about? I'm sure you asked him a lot of questions about his experiences.
Oh, well, he told me about, the country, and the weather, and those Russians. And those Russians, everywhere he goes, they thought thing to do, they'd give him vodka. And he come back, and this old Don, hadn't been for old Don Marshall, that police would have taken that vodka. They were on to search the airplane. Well, old Don found out about it. He got the vodka out of there and told them, help us there. And when they got through searching it, well, he put the vodka back. And then, after they got back in Oklahoma City, well, Wiley didn't drink, and he gave me the vodka. And I had 3-4 bottles of vodka there. I didn't drink stuff either for I don't know how many years. But that Don Marshall I was telling you about, he was in the Air Force and had charge of that, I don't know, about 20, 25, soldiers there, and taking care of that hangar. That's their hangar, and that's where put Wiley's airplane. Then the one I was flying too, that was the last flight. But he knew about these dead revenuers, I guess you'd call them. And when they come up there, going to search his airplane, see if they had any contraband. Well, Wiley told him about that vodka. He got in there and got all that vodka out and told him help himself. And I ended up with the vodka. And then we had that stuff. One was in Ponca City. And I don't know, when we moved to Houston, I might have taken it down there. It lasted a long time.
When he left on his around-the-world flight, did you have any doubts that he would make it?
No, I really didn't. I didn't have a bit of doubts. 'Cause I kind of understood his methods and everything. And there's something I don't guess that anybody ever knew. They think about a navigator, they're thinking all the pilot does is just fly. Well, that first trip, when he had to deviate on account of weather, well, he messed his navigator up. And finally worked around and he just went but played it by ear. And where in the devil, I don't remember where they landed the first time. But anyway, after that, well, Wiley carried a map with him up front. But it wasn't the navigator's fault. You know, that navigator would have had him right on a line. But when they had to deviate on account of weather, that threw the navigator off, and there was no stars for him to take a fix on. And old Wiley didn't have a map, so he hadn't played by ear. And he just fluently seen land. And I believe he landed in Germany.
The first time?
Yeah.
First time he left from Harbor Grace, Newfoundland,
Yeah.
and went to Chester, England.
Yeah, yeah.
And then from Chester, England to Hanover, Germany.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, how did they communicate? Gaddy in the back and Wiley in the front. They had the tanks between
I
them.
think they had one of those. You ever see, I don't know what they call them. We used to use them, the students. Have an earphone on the tube and you talked into a funnel.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think maybe that's what they had. And something else he had that a lot of people hadn't heard of was an earth inductor compass.
Oh, he had an earth inductor compass. Yeah. I don't understand how those work. Do you?
Well, it works from a magnetic field. It's a big loop, coil, and you can turn it. When you turn it crossways, the magnetic field of this whole earth, comes out from the South Pole and the North Pole. It creates a current, and it registers on an instrument just like an ammeter. All right? You turn it where it's parallel with the current, it don't generate a current, and meter shows zero. So, if you got those two readings, or just that one reading, you can figure how many degrees will fly off. If that thing is on zero, you know that loop is parallel with the line of force. And you can figure a course from there. Because a magnetic compass, you go around, you probably noticed that, you had to change your course every now and then because that compass is pointing to the North Pole, and as you go around, well, it's still pointing back.
Yeah.
So you have to compensate for that. Yeah. And this other thing worked, I don't know all the details, but I didn't even hear them.
Who was the manufacturer of that, do you remember?
Of that magnetic compass?
The earth inductor compass.
Oh, Well, I know Sperry, I think, was one. I don't know, there's probably several. It wasn't a new instrument.
Was it exactly like the one Lindbergh had used?
I imagine it was, yeah.
Did it work okay for Wiley?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he found out how the thing worked, and yeah, it worked. He liked it.
Now, who rotated it, the navigator or the pilot?
No, the pilot could rotate it from up front. I guess they had a cable control. And that being a wood airplane made it better. You couldn't use it in a metal airplane. And I guess if he's using it like on that Ryan, I don't know. Lindbergh might have had his up on the roof. I don't know.
Yeah, it was. It was up on top.
Yeah. Well, he had his back to the gas tanks. And those gas tanks were metal, but that damn thing works.
How did he end up, you couldn't go with him, how did he end up selecting Harold Gaddy?
I don't remember, but Harold was recommended somebody. I think Harold Gaddy, I think, was an Englishman. But he had a pretty good reputation. And, well, he got a hold of him, and he was ready.
Did the two of them get along okay?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Did they remain friends after the flight?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I never heard Wiley say a word about him. Of course, he didn't talk about anybody. I say he didn't talk about anybody. Yeah. You just bore down on him and asked him about somebody. He'd say his head and fun. I don't know nothing about him.
Well, you know, Gaddy ended up going to the Fiji Islands.
Yeah,
And he was the president of Fiji Airways.
yeah, and I think he's dead now.
Yeah, he died. When I was in Hawaii several years ago, visiting with Sam Pryor, Sam brought a picture out to show me, and we were looking at the front of the picture, and for some reason, I don't know why, it was a big frame about this big, and I turned it around, and there on the back was a newspaper taped to the back of this frame, back of this picture, and even Sam Pryor had forgotten about it. And the newspaper was the front page telling about the death of Harold Gaddy.
Oh,
And Sam Pryor had forgotten all about it. And that's the first time that I knew what had happened to Harold Gaddy. I had just made my flight, and I wondered, where did Gaddy disappear to?
Well, I read it in the papers the way I got it.
Yeah.
I don't remember how long ago it was, but it's been several years.
Seems to me, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that was 1957.
That'd be about right. Yeah.
So when Wiley told Gaddy to give him the maps, it wasn't any reflection on Gaddy.
Oh, no. It was, like I was saying, they was in these clouds. Yeah. No way in the world for Gaddy to take a reading on the star, or moon, or what. And Wiley didn't have a map. And, of course, he had been flying according to Gaddy's instructions by the, his compass, and changing his other directional instruments. But that way he was able to keep going in the general direction. But he had to go around this weather. Yeah. And, of course, after they got back where Gaddy could see something, see, they had a place where Gaddy could take readings at the top of that thing. And, well, he'd get him back on course.
Well, without any maps, that left Gaddy with nothing to do.
No, he didn't. There wasn't nothing he could do. Even he had all the maps back there. Wiley didn't have a map up front, so he had to go by what the last thing that Gaddy gave him.
So when Wiley took the map up front, now Gaddy doesn't have anything to do.
No, Wiley just took that map in case they got in another fix like that.
I see.
Why, he'd have a little something to go by. No, he never bothered Gaddy.
So Gaddy wasn't hurt then?
Oh, no. No, that is just a case of, you know, rectifying a deal like they got in.
Yeah.
And put Wiley in the spot of going a long ways without a dadgum map or anything. Because Gaddy couldn't take readings.
Yeah.
No, he, I doubt if he had ever used that map. He might have had to, I don't know. They got in some bad weather if they got into Russia. But Gaddy, I guess, was about as good a navigator as there was. But in conditions like that, well, there wasn't nothing he could do.
Yeah.
Now, if Wiley could have just have kept boring through that bad weather, well, they'd have stayed right along course. But he had to turn off. It was, oh, he told me he thought it was getting too bad.
Yeah.
And he knew the way it traveled. So he pulled off. I think he pulled out kind of to the north and west direction till he got out of it. Then he didn't get out of the clouds. He just got into smooth air. But, like I said, after he had to pull out of there, Gaddy was lost.
Yeah. Did Wiley tell you about any problems he had on that flight?
No, the only problem was Russians trying to get him to take a drink of vodka. No, I don't think I don't know. All his problems was mostly language, not understanding. But he said those Russians was doing everything they could, doing things that, trying to entertain him and everything when he and old Gaddy was about to pass out from fatigue.
Yeah.
And they couldn't explain it, and that's how come with that vodka. The old boys gave him that vodka, and they told him they didn't want it. But finally decided they just had to take it, get rid of it.
Well, did he tell you about his problems of staying awake?
Oh, he told me about dozing off and things like that, but heck, I'd experienced that, not like probably he did, but I had a good idea about what he was up against. And there's one time, I believe, he told me he dozed off by golly and woke up, was in a bank of clouds. And checked by golly, and he wasn't too far off course. But he was in this bank of clouds, and I think he was, well, kind of like when I said I went to sleep. He was still, had altitude. But he experienced all that, and I know that there's no doubt. Many times across there, that old boy dozed off. And he done something. I can't remember just what it was. In case he dozed off. He put something on his hand and around his neck or something. So when he dozed off, whatever it was would, give him a lick, wake him up.
Now, the thing that I'm really impressed about, of course, in trying to recreate his flight, I studied a lot about what he did and read everything I could get my hands on. And the thing that impressed me was when Lindbergh went across the Atlantic, he was awake for 33 and a half hours for that flight, plus whatever time he was awake in New York. But when he got to Paris, he could go to sleep. Wiley had to go across the Atlantic, up to Moscow, across Siberia, across Alaska and Canada and the United States. He couldn't go to sleep in Paris.
The only time he'd go to sleep is when they're gassing him up, and he'd have to...
And to me, that's a far greater accomplishment than just trying to stay awake across the Atlantic.
Well, yeah, it was. because I say it was in a way. It was kind of hard to compare them. One, like I was saying, when Wiley did land, why, he could take a little nap, and it was the way he got by. But with Lindbergh, he couldn't take no nap. That I don't know how long it took him to go across there.
33 and a half hours.
Oh, yeah, well, he couldn't take no nap. He had to stay awake. And Wiley, he didn't get enough sleep either. Just taking these naps when he's gassing up because he's trying to make time.
Yeah.
All right? In doing that, he'd take a little nap and they'd have him gassed up and he'd get in there and go. Well, you get it smooth air or something like that and the old engine running good, he'd tell me he'd doze off and but it's usually when the air was smooth, and everything going smooth. Because when the air was rough, that kept him awake. I don't think anybody goes to sleep if they hadn't slept in a week when they up there and that dang air gets rough. But he had that figured out too. Like he wasn't on this, not this. He didn't on this sit in that chair, you know, to get used to sitting for hours. He done without sleep. And when he started out just sleeping maybe a couple hours, but I guess he had a clock wake him up. And he'd stay awake for maybe, if he slept 2 hours, he'd stay awake maybe 10 hours. And then he'd just sleep an hour. And then maybe stay awake another 10 hours. In fact, what he was trying to do was guess how long he'd have to take a nap when he did land.
What you're discussing now is his preparation prior to the flight.
Before he started his flight. So, well, he's putting him in shape for it.
Right.
And that's something I know Jimmy mattered. He might not ever even thought about it.
That's the thing. Who would have thought to do that?
That's the little things I tell you about that Wiley done, and nobody paid attention to those little things, so he got where he wouldn't talk about them.
See, that's what impresses me. Anybody could do that if they could think to do it.
Yeah.
But a person like him, it took him to think about doing it in preparation.
Yeah, and not only just think about it, feeling like it was necessary.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine the way Wiley looked at it, I'm not sure. We never did discuss it, but I imagine he looked at it just like if he was an athlete training for a race.
Right.
Train for the thing. Because he figured on pushing himself to the peak in order to make the record around the world.
Yeah.
And naturally, he thought that he had to be in shape.
Yeah.
And he did. And he was in shape.
Well, Dr. Moeller, Stan Moeller, who wrote the book about Wiley, is a medical doctor. And he was impressed with this study on fatigue that Wiley had done.
Yeah.
In his book, he says that Wiley got 15 hours of sleep in 8 days.
Yeah.
That's less than 2 hours a day.
That's right. That's what he practiced. I said 10 hours. I don't know actually, but I think when he first started, he'd only sleep 2 hours. Then he'd stay awake for 10 hours, maybe longer. I don't know. But Dr. Moeller had it. He had it about right. That was a fine old boy.
Oh, Dr. Moeller?
Yeah, did you ever meet him?
Oh, he's a good friend of mine.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Well, I sure liked old Doc. When he's up there at Oklahoma City, that's where I got acquainted with him.
Yeah, he was with the FAA at the time. Then he went to Wright State University in Dayton as a medical researcher. He is now trying to get the appointment as Surgeon General. Or no, not Surgeon General. What's the title of the FAA doctor? What do they call him?
Oh, heck, I can't remember. I don't know.
Anyway, he's trying to get that appointment. I'll have to check
Well, he'd make a good one,
what that title
because
is
he's had the experience, by golly.
for the FAA.
Yeah.
They're top medical person.
But he might have to be a politician to get it.
Well, I hope not. Anyway, Wiley, he studied the technical aspects of the flight. He studied the medical aspects of the flight. There was nothing that he didn't think to prepare for. That's what impresses me.
Yeah.
And yet he didn't even have a high school education.
Oh. That's the reason the experts wasn't paying attention to him about things he'd finding out about the weather and about the jet stream. But that's kind of funny. I got riveting. You know, but hell, he ought to quit that damn fly and start setting him up for weather service. And he could have done it, by golly, and done a better job than our federal weather service even doing now. You ever listen to them on TV where it's the federal weather service, a bunch of Easterners.
Yeah.
I can't hardly understand them.
AM weather?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there come time they give flying weather. And then they start telling the pilot, you know, that there was just information, general information for them not to take off without checking the, you know, the weather at the time they're going to take off. Well, I don't. My experience, I know, probably has changed since I've had the experience. But I've had back east there. I've had the guys call the weather bureau. You know, have a trip out, checking the weather, like going from New York to Atlanta and Houston.
Yeah.
I've had those birds, damn Easterners, to call me or to tell me they'd get quiet. I'd be asking them about temperature and, well, their regular reports like they get. Pressure, wind velocity, wind flow. Well, naturally, I was interested in all that because I was going to be in every bit of it. And I've had those guys say, sorry, sir, can't give you any more time.
You're kidding.
The first time that happened, I didn't know just what to do. And the old boy hung up. And God dang, I got sitting there and I got thinking and I got mad. I called back. And I didn't know the guy's name. I said, I was talking to somebody a while ago about weather between New York and Houston. Are you the guy? Yeah? I said, have you saved up any time for me? No, I don't have no more time. I said, okay. You just set put. I said, I'm coming out in just a little bit. I said, I want to talk to you. What do you want to talk to me about? I said, by golly, I want to talk to you about the weather. I said, I can't do it on the phone because you ain't got time. But I said, I'll be out there in a little bit. Oh, now, what kind of weather you want? I said, I tried to tell you. Well, he says, okay, said you go ahead. I said, all right, you sit down. And this, when I ask you about a certain thing, you got it. You've got the early reading there. You tell me. The station's there. Then I started in. First, I'd ask him what the temperature was. He'd tell me. But he wouldn't offer anything else. And I'd say, what's the flying conditions, the altitude and the visibility? He'd tell me. I said, what's the barometric pressure? And he'd take all that just on one station. And I made that devil sit there and I went through all that. When I got through, I said, I'll be out there a little bit and thank you for that weather report. Well, I caught him out there. And I wasn't mean about it, but if he had any sense of humor, or didn't have any sense of humor, man, I know he didn't feel too good, because I just polite as I could be, but I left him with the opinion that what he was doing up there in that weather bureau that anybody could do. Well, I thought I was the only one. Another old friend of mine, he flew for, Pitt there in Newark. He flew Lodestar. He had to leave real early to go into Corpus Christi. And he called up about 4 o'clock. To get the weather, because I think he was going to leave about, 4:30 or 5, somewhere along there. And he wanted to get the weather before he went out. Because when he got out there, he was just going to get his ship out and warm up. And he started asking about weather conditions that watched them his route. And that old boy told him. Now, I didn't tell that old boy. That old boy was telling me about the trouble he had with that dadgum weather service out there. I asked him what he'd done, and that bird told him the same thing that this other bird told me. And when he got through, I said, well, I think there's one out there that you won't have to worry about. He said, well, who's that? He thought maybe somebody I knew. I said, it was a bird that pulled that same thing on me. And I said, I think I got him straightened out. He thought a little bit. He said, well, I got straightened out. I said, what'd you do? I said, that guy told me he didn't have no more time for him. He said, he hung up. He said, I hung up. And said, I called the head of the Federal Weather Service. His name was Ricklederver. He said, I called old Ricklederver. 4 o'clock in the morning. Said he was in bed. And I said, I told him why I called him. Told him I had to get him out of bed, but that he'd been trying to get some weather information from, the airport out there at Newark. And said he told me he didn't have time for me. Just like he done me. He said, well, doggone, he said, that sounds bad. Said, you wait 5 minutes and call back out there. Give me 5 minutes. You call back out there. And said, you get weather any direction you want to. And then he laughed. He said, I waited a little over 5 minutes. I wanted to give him plenty of time. Said, I called back out there, and the man said, them old boys thought I was something special. Said, I got all the weather I wanted. And said, I still do. And I told him about me going out there then. Well, he said I didn't have to. Said if I'd been there, said I'd have collared that bird and knocked him down. I said I felt like it, but I felt like I could impress him more by seeing how little I could make him feel. That's what I did.
That's funny. Well, did Wiley have any trouble getting weather information?
No, they really worked with him.
Did they?
But they just give them what they could get. And that time you couldn't get weather like you could now from just private operators. You had.
How could he get weather information over Russia, like, for example? Where did he get that?
Over where?
Siberia, Russia.
Oh, I just don't remember. He had a system, and I don't remember unless they had somebody at these European stations to interpret the weather in the English. And it seemed to me like that's what they had. I'm not sure. But, and also they'd have maps through the airports. And when he landed at one of those airports, he'd go up and check their weather map. I mean, form his own opinion. Because I'm pretty sure he didn't depend on them altogether. I know he did. Because he sure as devil didn't depend on our outfit. Well, he couldn't. I couldn't.
Well, now, after his first around-the-world flight, when he came home, didn't he make a tour some parts of the United States?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of that?
Oh, they, they, they was calling on him. They wanted him to come in.
Just to bring the plane, or did he speak, or
And
what?
him, oh, he'd talk a little bit, but not much. No, he'd have to get up there and he'd answer questions mostly.
So he wouldn't actually give a speech.
No, no, he was he was that kind of guy. That gum devil got me up. He had a big deal up there in Oklahoma City. That was after his, I don't remember if it was after the last flight or his first flight. I was after the last flight. And I was up there. And they got him up on the platform up there, loudspeaker and everything. Started asking him questions. And he said, I was right down the front there. And they asked him something. He said, I don't know all about that, but said that the guy right down there said he would tell you all about it, pointing at me. God dang, they come down there, and I didn't even know what the hell they was talking about. Got me up there. And boy, that tickled old Wiley. They got me up there, and they asked me a question. And I knew he'd done this. And I looked around, and I said, well, did he put you up to this? They said, well, we asked him, and he said he knows nothing about it, whatever it was, but says, you did. I said, oh, I do, yeah, know all about it. But then I said, I'll tell you one thing. Don't you believe that word that he tells you? And I got back out of there. And that old boy got a kick at it. Of course, I knew them. They were, well, I say, didn't know all of them. I knew two of them. They were with the Daily Oklahoma. And one of them, I think I told you about this. One of them, he'd write up all the stories about old Wiley, and this kind of kept up with Aviation. Fine old boy. He was one of their editors for the Daily Oklahoma. And when I run in that peach orchard down here, he didn't know who was flying, except that Wiley was a passenger. He got that on the news. Wiley was a passenger in the airplane and had to have his thumb sewed up. And he wrote a real nice story and said, didn't name the pilot, but said Wiley let an amateur pilot fly his airplane.
Oh, no.
Walter Harrison was his name.
Oh.
Well, he didn't know it was me. And old Wiley read that. I didn't say anything. It just tickled the devil out of me. Old Wiley read it, and he called old Walter Harrison. I got old Harrison called me and was apologizing. I said, what are you apologizing about? Well, what I had in that paper about that amateur pilot. I said, well, hell, I'm an amateur pilot. And you know that devil printed that.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, his conversation with me. And what I said about, I was an amateur pilot.
Now, that was in the Daily Oklahoman?
Yeah.
I'm going to go look for that.
You may find it. I don't know. They've had a lot of change and rebuilding and everything.
I'd love to find a copy of that newspaper. Before I ask you to tell the story about the peach orchard, there was some stuff that occurred before that, like up in Quincy. I read a newspaper article that he crashed up in Quincy. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I remember when that was. It crashed, taking off, and really tore his airplane up pretty bad, and shook him up pretty good. And I can't remember when it was, but they gathered that old airplane up and took it out factory and he rebuilt it.
Do you know what caused the Quincy crash?
I think it was a motor failure. And he'd just taken off, and that part of the country is pretty rough, you know, trees. He crashed in a bunch of trees, I think. I don't remember. I've seen a picture of it. But that old Vega wasn't a bad airplane if you're going to have a crash, have to land somewhere where there wasn't no place. I know one of Brown's pilots had a forced landing there just west of Ardmore. And I got, he got down, but there was some trees there. And he run into the doggone tree, and the thing just opened up the cockpit side, threw him out. And he was boogered up. He had a broken leg, and ankle, and just bruised up all over. But I got, he was lucky to be alive. If he'd been anything else, well, he wouldn't have made it. I flew up there. They put him in the hospital that morning, and I was up there, within 2 hours after it happened. I took our chief mechanic and their operation manager I was telling you about, a race raider, and he was a pilot, good pilot, and the postal representative. And I knew that guy pretty well. In fact, we had a thing going on. He'd write up a violation on me for delaying the mail and fined me, by golly, for, $1.50 or $2. Well, I wouldn't pay it. Next time it'd be a little bigger. And I'd got on to him because first I'd answer those letters. And after I got about the third one, I was getting direct what I was going to say to that bird. Well, that was what the devil thought was funny. And he was letting one of the old boys up in the office, I can't remember his name, letting him read my letters. And I found out about that. I was just up there visiting with one man. He'd just got one, and got tickled and was telling me about that. And I said, well, that's sorry devil. I'll get even with him. I didn't say nothing, but he went with us up there when I went up to circled over that wreckage. It wasn't a very pleasant sight. You know, when you knew you was in an airplane just like that, scattered around down on the ground. I circled over that, circled time or two, then I pulled the mission control back. The old engine started, boop, 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 boop. I looked back there, there was one of them that was like this. And then I was going to do another circle, and I got a note. Let's go to the airport, Ardmore. They wanted to go down and see him feeding. He was in the hospital. So I pulled that mixture control again. Man, they put them seat belts on and they sat tight. I waited, lad, and I didn't tell them about that for quite a while.
That was your way of getting back at him.
Yeah, but it scared the devil out of him.
I can imagine.
I had another time, he'd ride with me. You know, he lived in Fort Worth. He'd come out and go with me. I guess, I don't know whether he went with the other boys or not. I got where I didn't think he did, because he liked to needle me. Ride with me, and heck, the devil would get in there, wouldn't put a parachute on. Well, after I found out he was just having so much fun writing these blame letters and finding me, well, I got next time he come out to go out, I went in and got a parachute out there and told him, put that on. Oh, I don't need that. And I said, well, yes, you do. I said, I got one. And I said, you have to have one. I said, that's company rule. Well, he put it on. And then I told him, I said, now I'm going to tell you something else. I had to wear a gun. I had an old 45 automatic that Wiley gave me. Anyway, we got him in there and buckled down, and I said, now, if we have to jump out, I said, I'm going to give you a chance to jump out first. And I said, then I'll come out. And then I said, I'm going to shoot at you all the way down the ground. He looked kind of funny. He looked at this agent there. He said, I don't know whether to believe him or not. And that old boy just laughed and says, well, said, if you have to jump out, says, don't think he's a very good shot, says, don't worry about it, or something like that. I don't know what it was.
You really liked those CAA guys, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I had, guess where I had a lot of fun with them.
Well,
But this old boy was postal.
oh, postal. He
Yeah.
wasn't CAA.
Yeah, he was a postal
Oh, I
inspector.
see. Okay. Back to the Quincy crash. When you visited with Wiley, did he have an opinion what caused it? Was there water in the gas tank?
I don't remember. He told me, but I just don't remember. But it could have been there. 'Cause
Yeah, I had heard a rumor, and I don't know if it's true. I just wondered if you knew anything about it. But he suspected that somebody had put water in the gas tank.
well, that was possible, and that might have been, he might have told me about that, but I don't remember.
So that engine was so reliable.
Yeah,
It was strange that it would quit like that.
but you could get gas, you could get water in the gasoline from
Bad
a
gasoline.
pump,
Yeah.
you know, in some of these other way places.
Yeah.
Condensation in those big tanks, if they didn't keep them full of gas, it would finally, see, they had a pipe down there that was like that much reaching the bottom.
Yeah.
And they had another thing in there that every so often they'd pump out any water collected.
Yeah.
That's the way they kept them dry. And if you let that water get up before that gas was coming up in that pipe, why, the water would come up there.
Yeah.
And that could have happened. 'Cause
Well, now, why was he in Quincy? I forgot.
he was on these tours.
On the tour.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was speaking or visiting there?
Or this, I don't know what they called it, but, you know, they'd set up this kind of, like an air show, and they'd get any celebrity they could to come to, you know, kind of boost it. And he'd been doing that. That wasn't too long after he'd made that flight.
Right.
He'd been doing that, and they were paying him, Chamber of Commerce, and make him a batch of money and pay him. Wasn't a whole lot, but heck, he was enjoying it.
Now, his preparation for the 1933 flight, which was his second round-the-world flight when he went solo,
Mm-hmm.
did you talk to him at any time about his preparations during that flight? And how did that differ from his first one?
Oh, it didn't differ a whole lot, except there was nobody in the back. And I was with him up there, for a week, till he got his thing ready to go, got his airplane ready to go. In fact, I was the last one that checked his airplane before he crawled in and took off. I even got up inside and checked everything. Checked the doors and the brakes and the wheel, everything.
Well, how was that airplane different from the 1931 airplane? Did he have some other modifications on it?
Oh, might have been a few minor, but not anything special different.
Now, didn't he have this Army automatic direction finder,
Yeah,
the ADF?
yeah.
He didn't have that in 1931.
I don't believe he did.
Now, wasn't this pretty secret at the time?
No, I don't think so, because it seemed to me like out Lockheed, I seen putting them on airplanes.
But the general public didn't know too much about ADF,
no.
did they?
Oh, no, they wouldn't know what you're talking about. But I'd seen them on airplanes out in California.
See, what I was thinking, and I'm wondering if this is correct, if he wasn't helping to prove and test the ADF for the Army,
Could have been, or it could have been the factory. See, the first ones that came out just had a loop, just like I was telling you about this earth inductor compass.
Yeah.
But it worked off a radio.
Yeah.
And it had a, yes, well, you know what direction finder is.
Right.
You get up there and you want it going this way and you want to go to a place over here, you tune in the station wherever you're going. And then you'd turn around until your needle lined up with it and it'd take you in. I used to make damn near blind landings there at Ponce City off of an old commercial station there right south of the field.
Really?
And that wasn't, well, I can't remember the name of that doggone radio direction finder, but it was different and a lot better than, let's see, Fairchild built one, not Fairchild, but Westinghouse, I believe, built one. Well, I think they were all building them. But that thing it was a good instrument.
Were they in common use in 1933?
I wouldn't say common, but there was quite a few of them. And then, when they started putting in autopilots, well, they started hooking those things up with it. And you set one.
You know, for the direction finder, I want to ask about the autopilot in just a minute, but for the direction finder, when he took off from New York in 31, he went up to Newfoundland and across. But in 33, didn't he go right straight across the Atlantic?
By golly, I don't remember. Seemed to me like he did.
Now, how far away, he was tuned into Berlin, how far away could he receive a signal on that direction finder to track into Berlin?
No, it wasn't too far. I don't know this. It would depend on the strength of the station he had tuned in. And I don't know how much that was. But our stations, that thing wasn't too good, more than, I mean, you couldn't depend on it more than about 50, 60 miles.
You know, on the second flight in 33, you went to New York on that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one I said I was up there with him.
Yeah.
I had that bunch of Honyaks that found out old Roosevelt and that Kennedy was the biggest bootleggers.
That was in 1933, didn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, when he took off from Floyd Bennett Field,
Mm-hmm.
you were already up in the air.
Yeah, I just made a turn. He was taking off down there, and I was up here. I watched him take off. And when he got off and got going, made his turn and got on course, and I just followed him around, went downside him. I had a news photographer in there, and his wife, May, and another boy, I believe, from Standard, New Jersey. I believe that was the outfit. It was, or was it Mobile? Standard, New Jersey, I believe. They were backing him, furnishing the gasoline all around.
Yeah.
But we flew along there, in about 5 minutes. We was out over the Atlantic there, and a wall up there, clouds. Oh, Wiley went in it, and that's the last I seen him till he landed back north. I didn't go in there. I turned and went back.
Did you have any apprehension for him, or was May afraid for him?
She might have been, but I didn't.
You knew he'd make it.
Well, I'd been with him so much, you know, getting ready that I really didn't think a whole lot about it.
Okay, now in this story of the 1933 flight, where did the peach orchard experience occur? Was it before or after?
That was before his trip.
Okay, so just
Yeah.
it was after Quincy. He had the crash in Quincy,
Oh, yeah.
and they took the plane out to Lockheed,
Yeah, and rebuilt it.
rebuilt it, and now he's down here in Chickasha
Yeah.
What caused him to come here to Chickasha?
Oh, I'll be dogged if I remember. 'Cause I just happened to be at the airport, and he might have come down on business, but I don't remember. I don't remember them going into town.
Had he already bought the plane from S.C. Hall by that time?
No, I don't think so. Huh?
So did the plane still belong to S.C. Hall?
I think so at that time. And then, after I flew in that peach orchard, was
Well, describe the peach orchard. I want to hear that story again.
well, it was just a peach orchard down there by the gully. You know how wide the rows are. The rows were north, south, and I think you've seen how far it was from those pumps. Well, that old field, I wasn't high enough to do any maneuvering. There's that young ditch run up from the east side, and I was afraid I'd gone far enough. I was afraid if I landed, I'd run in that ditch. So I run that little old clear patch. It was just sod. On the right of that, of course, was a road. And that peach orchard was up there. And I squatted that darn thing down in that place. And I knew it was too short, but I figured I could do a controlled ground loop. I squatted down, used brakes all I could. And I got up just before I entered that peach orchard. Well, I put the left brake on. And it started ground loop, but had too much momentum and it slid sideways in between two of these trees. And enough force, when it got in that soft dirt, you know, the wheel stuck and it broke down the drag strut on the right landing gear. And of course the tree limbs had, you know, put a little strain on the wing. We found a crack or two in the plywood along the spar. But outside of that, and the propeller and old dent in the cowling, and where Wiley stuck his hand through the window where he was setting that glass, that's where he cut his thumb. Outside of that, well, there wasn't a whole lot of damage. But what made it all right, he had planned just the next week taking it out to California and having it redone to get ready for this next trip. Well, old George Brower, he said you met him. Working for Brenner, he had charge up there. He took care of those old Vegas wood, and he was the best. So we talked old Wiley into, you know, letting old George and them boys there fix that thing up. And he talked to old George, and old George, of course, told him he'd do it, could do it. Well, of course, Braniff had to charge for it. But all this, I saw all this pilots, there was only about 4 of us. Well, we, you know, was going to take care of whatever it cost. And we did. They got all through. Well, heck, we'd taken care of that. And old Wiley, boy, he was tickled. You know, he knew when good work when he seen it. Well, he test flew it. And that's the time I was telling you he took relief for a ride. And I don't know who went with it. May might have went along, I don't know.
Now, Berta is your daughter.
Yeah.
He took her for a ride.
Yeah. And May might have gone, or it might have been my wife, I don't know. Because I was back in the hangar. We drove out there. I don't know what in the devil I was doing, but anyway, I come out, and old Wiley'd come down. That was his second time up. And I got nothing to do with the dock flight. So I got in there, and old Harry Richardson, he was Wiley's guide on that deal. You know, he done all the paperwork and soliciting and everything. That devil got in there. I didn't know he was in there. And I went up, and that old engine was souped up a lot more than that old Vegas I'd been flying. Well, I went up there, and I just had a big time of that thing. And old Harry was back there, them tanks right up in his face. He could just see out one little window on both sides. Gosh dang, I wouldn't have done it. What all I did with that thing. If I'd have known he's back there, because I just felt like it might kill him.
You didn't know you had a passenger?
I didn't know he was back there. But boy, I really enjoyed that flight, and I'd climb it, and I'd dive it. And just pull great big old, I'd like to do those old big wings, way over, up and down. And then I thought I ought to do something, you know, find out what the balance was. So I'd stall it. I'd just pull it up and pull it up until it stalled. Cut the power clear down, pull it up to stall, and it'd just go like this. And I'd done that 2-3 times. Then I just poured the coal to it, and man, I made a fast circle around that field, right up in the vertical. Started downwind, had a lot of speed, cut the power off, pulled way up another big wing over, and come sliding down and landed. I was putting on show. Got out there, I opened that hatch at the top, stood up there, and your old Harry just about fell out of there. And he couldn't hardly stand up. He looked up there. I was afraid to get out of there for a while till he got straightened up.
Was he sick?
I think it made him sick. I don't remember, but he couldn't hardly stand up when he got out.
Now that's after the plane had been repaired.
Yeah.
After the peach orchard had...
That was just test flight.
Well, now you left out of the story why you were flying the airplane and why the engine quit.
Oh. Wiley, I was at the airport, and Wiley was going to fly down 6. He wanted me to fly it then because he had this autopilot in there, spare pilot. You know, the one that worked on all the, worked and controlled on hydraulic cylinders. Oh, he thought that was fine piece of machinery. And I did too, but I hadn't flown one. He wanted me to fly it. Well, I just had a little bit of misgiving about flying that thing. So I told him, no, I don't believe I'd fly. Well, go with me. It's going to be down there a little while. And he just wanted, I think, wanted to fly down, just fly that autopilot. Well, I went with him and 2 other old boys. Can't remember their names. Anyway, we went down there and landed, and we got out and we visited around. I don't. He might have had to get business or something. I don't know. We down there about an hour and a half. Got ready to go. I got nothing I did. I fly back. So I got in there and I looked at them gas tanks. They just had the old glass tube, just the depth of the wing tanks, and you could see the level of the gas in there. Supposedly, it didn't work all the time. The vent got stopped up, but it wouldn't work. Anyway, I got up there and I had it switched on the tank. It showed the most gas. And I got checking and I called old Wiley up. I said, I knew about those gauges. I said, are these gas gauges right? Oh, says, you know about them things. And he switched it on a tank. I believe it was the right wing tank. And said, I know this is almost full. Said, I just used gas out of it coming from Tulsa the other day. I just turned it on when I landed there at Oklahoma City. And he switched it on that one. I'm pretty sure we finally figured that probably them birds had drained that gas out in their automobiles.
The night before.
Well, no telling when. He'd been sitting there several days.
Oh, I see.
And that would be easy, you know, it's up high. And all they'd have to do is just stick a hose down in there and stick a thumb on it, pull it out, and turn them. When they got out below the level of the tank, well, if there's any gas pulled down there, well, man, it'd run. But boy, there wasn't any gas in that tank. I got about 40 feet high, and that was the only place I had I could go without running in the ditch. And I finally decided that peach orchard looked like an alfalfa patch. Because I knew you could survive that, but I didn't relish running into a creek, canyon, or in the dead gum road cut that was all 4 or 5 foot deep. But by golly, it just worked out. The more I thought of it, the better I felt about it. And old Wiley, felt bad, you know, because I damaged his airplane. But he finally come around, and I was apologizing. I told him, I said, I should have never got in there. And he, every now and then, something struck him like that. He looked at me and said, well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm sure glad I wasn't flying it. So that made me feel better.
Now, I had a misconception that you cleared up here. The plane was overnight up in Oklahoma City, not in Chickasha.
No, not in Chickasha.
It was overnight up in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, he was storing it there.
Which
He lived in Oklahoma City then.
The airport they call the Wiley Post Airport today is where it was.
Yeah.
So that's where he thinks somebody drank.
Oh, not the one they call Wiley Post today.
No.
No, that was one. Oh, Lord, it's all built over now. But it was down there close to that lake. You remember that lake right up north of, in Little West Oklahoma City? It's where they get the water supply.
Lake Hefner?
Yeah. That airport wasn't too far just east of that lake in the Little South.
But that's
That's the old Wiley Post Airport.
the old one, not the present one today.
Oh, no. No.
Okay. And that's where they might have drained the gas out.
Yeah, and that's also where the old George Breyer rebuilt it.
Okay.
Had a hangar there. But you couldn't tell there'd ever been an airport there now.
So the old Wiley Post Airport is
Yeah.
different from today's Wiley Post Airport.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, today's Wiley Post Airport's a modern airport. But the old one, that's just a dead young prairie land, grass.
So the two of you were flying down from Oklahoma City to
Yeah.
Chickasha. You weren't living here at that time.
I was living in Oklahoma City,
Okay.
and Wiley was living there. And then we was getting together every now and then at the airport, but he kept his airplane out there. Until, well, he kept it out there till I run into that peach orchard with it, and then took it up there, and old George Breyer rebuilt it. It wasn't a whole lot. He didn't have to do anything, even if there hadn't nothing happened to it, that they wouldn't have done before. They were going to take all the skin off of it and put on a heavier plywood covering. And they were going to reinforce the main beam, which they did. Then that peach orchard deal, the only thing they took it apart to haul it up to Oklahoma City. And old Wiley had to have his thumb stitched up. These other old boards didn't even check him up good.
You said it cut your lip.
Yeah, it kind of threw me into the windshield. Because when it swung around there and slid, it was, still had some momentum and run into that tree. That's what, just dented the cowling and bent the prop a little bit.
Now, you said it had the autopilot on it. Did it have the direction finder already on it?
It had, I don't remember, by golly, what it, I'm sure it had a direction finder on it.
And it had the long-range tanks on it, in it.
No,
Oh, the tanks weren't in
no,
it?
the tanks wasn't in it. She had taken the tanks out and put the windows back, just made a passenger ship out of it.
Okay. So Wiley was riding up near the cockpit then?
Yeah, he's riding up in the right front seat. But they did that because old Hall still using it.
I see. So the tanks were portable. They could take them out and put them in.
Yeah. I don't remember just how they were built, but and he might have had to take it to Lockheed and have them taken that. I don't know.
Now, did he do anything to the engine that was different for the second around-the-world flight?
Oh, yeah, he overhauled that completely.
Did they?
What it needed and not. That was, they'd have done that if it had been a brand new one.
And the autopilot you mentioned, he wanted you to fly it to see how the autopilot worked. When he made the flight around the world the second time in 1933, did the autopilot work for him real well as he was?
If I remember right, it did. Yeah. I mean, well as could be expected at that time. And right there, that thing was, oh, it worked. It'd fly, but you could do it a little bit better. I mean, in rough air.
Yeah.
Now, this ordinary rough air, it'd fly better than you could fly it.
Really? See, I've gotten two different stories, and I'm trying to get the straight on this about the autopilot. One story I heard was that it failed on him across the Atlantic, and that's when he took this blackjack that he had up overhead, tied a string around his thumb and a string around the blackjack, and held it in his hand with the control, the stick. And if he'd go to sleep, he'd relax his grip.
Yeah.
The blackjack would fall down and jerk his hand and wake him up.
Yeah, I remember telling about that. Don't remember him telling the details about that autopilot, but I do know this. In certain conditions, that autopilot, it still worked, but Lord, it was, because the first one I ever flew, I don't remember what it was in. But I got in rough air, and I decided I didn't want one. Smooth air, it would do pretty good. But it didn't take long to, I figured that one he got probably was one of the probably most improved models. But he couldn't, talking about him fixing it so he could take a nap and let it fly. He might could do that in smooth air. But to turn that thing loose and go to sleep, you wake up and don't tell them where you were.
Really?
See, it is operated from gyro instruments that you had to set. Now, I flew an autopilot that Collins built. Of course, that was, way back there about 1950, 55, somewhere along there. And it's in a beach. I mean, they had everything in there. In fact, they going to impress me. I wouldn't. Oh, I went for it, but boy, I was ready to grab that thing. They set like if you was taking off, like we was taking off from Ponce City, and we was going to take a course out to the intersection of the old radio beam, you know, out west of Ponce City. Oh, what the old range, they had an old range station. And they had got where they'd send you out to this intersection on the instrument. Then you could turn on the beam going on to Oklahoma City. Well, the old boy, I knew these birds. In fact, I knew Collins. when he first started building radios. We bought some of them. Anyway, this dadgum thing was set up there, and it was about the most perfect autopilot I ever seen. Set the altitude on, well, set it for takeoff. Then set the altitude. Set the rate of climb, the altitude, where he's going to level off, and then where you turn to get on this course. And then when you went to this intersection, turn, get on the course, go to Oklahoma City. Well, them old boys getting the biggest kick out of me. That thing, I made out like hell. I don't want one of these damn things in my airplane. But they set that thing up, and I was up front there in the pilot's seat, and just putting on a show and opened the throttles. Even had business after we got off, cut the throttles back. Anyway, I was sitting there, and when we started taking off, I went like this. Well, you know that damn thing just, that thing took that dang beach off better than I could. That thing wasn't too good at flying airplane. I never did think. Anyway, it took that damn thing off. Climbed out there and just as smooth and everything. Got up at that right altitude, leveled off. Turned around, got on that course to intersect. Just about a minute, we passed the intersection. Turned around, and had altitude set there. And speed was going. Well, got down there then, of course, they'd showed me how to work it. They said, let's see if you can take it, make it take us back. Well, hell, it was pretty simple. I just set it for 180 and set the course for the old radio station, commercial radio station. Had to tune it in. Had to tune the, well, it was what it mounted to, the direction finder. It guided the thing. But it was on, I don't remember, it was on those gyro instruments. Anyway, I just sat there and punched those buttons and thing turned around just like if I was flying it myself. Went back over that old station, and I set the course like I did when I was coming in there and couldn't see the ground. Set that, waited so long, changed it, went out, made another 180 degrees, and the old boy was watching. He helped me. Quite a way, and I say quite a way, is this safe is back there to get started in the final approach. Punched the button too and set that, and the only thing I done was watch the power. And they had that fixed. I didn't have to bother that. And finally, we could see the ground. Hell, that damn thing brought that thing in right down the runway. Finally, I said, that's far enough. I said, turn that damn thing off. But they almost landed. He turned it off, and I got a hold of it, and just said, it would have landed without me. Well, that's the first one that I'd ever seen that would do all that.
Now, that was a Collins.
Yeah.
The one Wiley had was a Sperry.
Yeah, that was way before Collins ever built one.
Now, wasn't the nickname for Wiley's called Mechanical Mike?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember, but they had a nickname for it.
Was that one of the early ones, or were they using them already?
Well, they'd been using them, and they were still experimenting with them. And they welcomed, in fact, put one in one of those airplanes, so you know that they put the best thing they had.
Was Wiley kind of testing or proving the autopilot for them?
Well, that was part of the deal. I think they put it in there if he'd use it. Yeah. And he thought well of that thing. That's the reason he wanted me to fly it. And it was good. I I didn't have a chance to use it then, but after he got it fixed up, I tried it out, and of course, they're smooth, fine.
But when he got back home, he didn't discuss whether it failed on him or not.
Seemed to me like he had a little trouble with it, but I don't remember just what it was. But it seemed to me like there's some place up the line there, he just had to shut it off because nobody could fix it. Now, there, I can't remember all about that, but I think you're right. He did have some trouble with it somewhere up the line.
Now, on his second around-the-world flight, somewhere, it seems like it was either over Canada or Alaska, between Alaska and Canada, he got forced up to a real high altitude,
Yeah,
like 21,000 feet or so, and no oxygen.
yeah.
And somehow, he started becoming aware of the importance of flying high, the need for oxygen and the jet stream and all this. Did he discuss any of that with you?
Well, he'd tell me about that, but he didn't bear down on that oxygen deal. Because heck,
But
he
what
was
about the jet
used to
stream?
flying high. Oh, we'd talked about that ever since I knew him practically.
Even before the around-the-world flight?
Oh, yeah, Lord, yes. Yeah, and he used that on both world flights. Lord, that was old stuff with him.
You know, couple that information together with his understanding of true airspeed. A lot of people didn't understand the concept of high altitudes and true airspeed.
No.
He did, though.
Oh, yeah, you bet he did.
And he understood the value of flying high even apart from the jet stream.
That's right.
Did he discuss some of that with you?
Oh, yeah, we discussed all that crap about, you know, the higher you get, the thinner the air you get, the less resistance you got, the faster you can go.
Yeah.
But also, the higher you get, less air you got, more power you lose.
Yeah.
But with supercharger on there, you get higher and go a lot faster, you know, until you get where you're losing power.
Now, the point I was leading to was up in his 1935 high-altitude experiment. There were some events that led him to commit himself to those high-altitude flights.
Well, I have a dog to find no except. He had been figuring on a long time of, like when he's telling about how you go out orbit, you know, go to Nago. And he's figuring on finding out that stratosphere. Eventually, if he lived, he'd have got an airplane fixed up before he could have gone out.
You think he'd have been one of our first astronauts, maybe?
Well, possibly could, because he'd have been thinking about it. Well, he was thinking about it then.
Well, what was he after, his goal in those 1935 flights? What happened up before then, and what was he after when he made those 4 flights in 35?
Oh, Lord, I don't know. I just wanted to do something by God that with an airplane to show people what the airplane do. I don't know, really.
Was he trying to promote the growth of commercial aviation?
Oh, yeah, yeah. And he figured on a way to do it was to prove some things, like a single-engine airplane going around the world in a week. And not only that, but also traveling, you know, up there where the jet stream was, by God, and making a lot more speed cross country.
Yeah.
He was thinking about cutting down the hours it took to fly across country, the ocean there. And I think he done a lot about that. Because the pressurization deal, he talked about that. And Lockheed built, the first pressurized airplane. And it was a Lockheed 10. And
What year was that?
that must have been about, I think they started it about 1932 or 3, somewhere along there. All they did to change the fuselage, they kind of rounded the fuselage so that, you know, they could put pressure in it without having to beef it up so much. And they flew that thing pressurized. Well, that went along with a lot of Wiley's ideas. That's the reason he got that pressure suit built. Figured if he got pressure suit, and that old Vega, he'd go and break the altitude record. And I'm not sure that he did. He was satisfied that he did, but the instrument went haywire. See, he went up twice. First time, a malfunction of his oxygen dang near killed him. He had to come back down. Well, he got that straightened out. And they had to redo the instrument, the altimeter that he was using. Barograph. And they redone that, and he went back up, and he told, that thing didn't register more than about 35,000 feet. And hell, he'd been that high without any oxygen. Just checking that thing out. He wouldn't stay very long, but he'd get up there. Anyway, I asked him about that. I said, you going to get another instrument and try that again? No, heck no. He says, I found out what I wanted to find out. And I said, well, how high do you think you went? Well, said, I can't tell for sure, but said, I went a lot higher than I did that first time. And I think the first time showed around 42,000, I don't remember. So he was satisfied, and I think he knew what he's talking about. He probably went to 50,000, maybe better. So there, that's a case of a guy doing things that everybody else wouldn't think about and getting some results.
Now, what about the pressure suit that he designed and constructed? Do you know anything about that?
Oh, yeah. He went to Goodrich, and the old boy, president of that company, well, I got acquainted with that old boy, and he was interested in Wiley. And old Wiley went up there and propositioned him to, you know, let some of his engineers help him build a pressure suit. Well, that old man's all for it. And he just turned and looked back there over to old Wiley and let him use his engineers, whichever one they wanted. Well, they built a suit by golly and really worked at it, but it didn't work. And they finally just told Wiley, said, we're sorry, said, we just can't do it. Well, show you what kind of bird Wiley was. He knew, you know, they wasn't trying to put him down or anything. So he went to that old boy and propositioned to furnish material and give him just a corner somewhere out of the way and let him see if he could build one. And this old boy told him, yeah, boy, he'd be glad to. And that's how come Wiley built that suit. But there was one of those engineers that Wiley thought real well of, and he got him. Well, he thought well of all of them, but he got that engineer. One of them had worked on that first one that didn't work. Got him to have him. And they built that suit. And they built it, by golly, they put twice as much pressure in it than he needed. And it worked. And No, there wasn't any, bad gossip about it or anything, because the president was good at tar company. He found out, Moran told him I was a good friend of Wiley's. Boy, all you want to talk about, while in that spacesuit. And he built that thing together and checked it, pressure and everything. And, well, that's what he used together to making that altitude flight.
So Wiley didn't just depend on them to build it. He actually helped
No,
design it.
the engineers told him they didn't think they could build it, because they'd blowed up on it too.
That's amazing.
But that's how determined he was about it.
I wonder how in the world he did something like that.
I'm dogging fun on. But that old president, I wish I could remember that old bugger's name. He was a friend of the boss. I used to haul him down boss's ranch down there with Kerrville. And every time, Lord, he just found out about me being a good friend of Wiley. He had to tell me all about it.
Now, what about the modifying of the engine? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know what all they did, but old Ernest Hughes he can tell you the smallest detail of that. All I know is that they souped that engine up. I don't know, even remember how much more horsepower. But it really worked for high altitude. And I don't remember, it seemed to me like it had an exhaust-driven supercharger. And that would save taking it off the engine drive, which would cost horsepower. And there was enough exhaust out of that engine to run a pretty good-sized supercharger. And I know that, well, if you ever see old Ernie, he can tell you about that. I know that they got every ounce of power out of that thing.
Now, in February of 1935, he took off from Burbank, and something happened. He had to land at Muroc, or Edwards Air Force Base, and the newspapers said that Wiley was claiming that there was sabotage. Do you know anything about that story?
Well, all I know is just what Wiley told me. They found abrasives in the oil. And they just cut that engine down. They couldn't even overhaul it. He told me, too, about catching a ride. He landed and wasn't too far. He got out of it, but he couldn't get out of that suit. He walked over that highway, and he'd wave at these cars coming by, and that job car, he says, would slow up. He said, I thought I was just going to have to stay in that thing till the sun just burned me out. He'd wave at a car, and they'd look out and see him in that space suit, and his arms, were kind of stiff, and said they'd ease up there a little bit, and directly away they'd go. And finally, the old boy did pick him up, come by, and old Wiley waved at him. That old boy slowed up, and he done like the rest. But he went up there a little ways and stopped. He got out of the car and walked down there a little bit, and old Wiley started walking up that way, waving at him. Come on, and finally the old boy decided, well, I got to try it. But old Wiley said even when he started backing up, then he'd back up a little bit and he'd look. Back up a little more, and said, well, Wiley said, I didn't know any sign language, but I just find that he couldn't move his head, but he moved his hand. And finally that old boy got up there where he could see through that visor on that helmet and seen old Wiley's face. I don't think he knew Wiley, but Wiley motioned him, to the fastenings on that thing. And Wiley he couldn't work his hand in the pressure gloves. Well, he got a lot of old boys convinced then what was wrong. Well, Wiley pointed out across the desert there to his airplane. And he found out it was Wiley, and of course, he helped him get out of that suit and took him to...
Probably thought he was from Mars, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what those others did or didn't know, but they wasn't going to stop. And that old boy, I guess he just had curiosity enough. He's going to see what Sam Hill that was, but he got out safe distance. That was plumb funny. The reason he landed on the belly, he dropped his landing gear, and he had a hickory skid about that thick on the belly. And he could feather his prop and turn it crossways and come down and land, and that thing would ride on that skid until it slowed down when it finally laid with lightning.
Well, the sabotage story has never been solved.
Oh, it was. No, they don't know who done it. But when they opened that engine up, it had enough abrasive in there. It had wore out everything. There was no way you could rebuild that engine. And that's the reason why they said somebody sabotaged it.
Who would dislike him enough to want to do that?
Well, I wouldn't say, and Wiley wouldn't either, but I think Wiley had a good idea, and I think Ernie Shute had. I know.
Wiley and Billy Parker talked about it, and Billy Parker told Dr. Moeller when he was interviewing for this book, Billy Parker said, "I know who did it." And Dr. Moeller said, "Who?" He said, "Art Goebel." And Dr. Moeller said, "Why do you think Art Goebel?" And he said, "Because he was so jealous of Wiley and his connection with Phillips, because Art wanted to do for Phillips what Wiley was doing.
Yeah.
That Wiley had displaced him as Phillips' fair-haired boy."
Well, that's right. Well, he's the only suspect that I had, but I couldn't say that he did it. And the reason I couldn't say that he did it, that kind of a guy is a coward to do anything like that. But if he can get somebody else to do it, like pay him enough to do it, he'd do that. And I think that's what happened.
Did he really dislike Wiley that much?
Oh, yeah. He disliked anybody. This wasn't this Wiley. Anybody that he thought, was making a bigger impression, he didn't like it.
So he was a glory seeker?
What?
A glory seeker?
Oh, absolutely. One of the worst.
Really?
And didn't have the ability. He didn't have nothing, to develop any glory.
Now, Ernie added another dimension to this story. Of course, he can't prove it, but he said that this is just before World War II, he said the Germans were trying to get to high altitude, and here Wiley was doing all this preparation for high altitude testing, and Art Goebel was a German, he was descended from the Germans, and was a sympathizer, and Ernie suggests that there's possibly a connection here, that not only did he dislike Wiley and want glory, but he also had German sympathies and wanted to try to keep Wiley from succeeding in that project. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's possible, but that's giving old Goebel more credit than I could give him.
Really?
Yeah, because actually what I think was just like you said, somebody's interfering with his glory. I think that was the big problem.
You think it was personal jealousy?
Because a guy like that, he might be, let's say he favored the Germans or what, but he come first.
Yeah.
He wouldn't go out of his way to do something for the Germans unless he could, get a lot of glory for it.
So he was a self-promoter then?
Absolutely. And I heard other things about him I don't know, but I never did try to repeat any of them. I heard he was a homosexual.
Really?
Yeah. And out there in California, there's a place where they get together. And the guy that's telling me about it, telling about old Goble. Out there every time they had a big meeting.
So the pilots of your generation didn't have a whole lot of respect for him then?
Well, I wouldn't, no, they really didn't because they never had a chance. It was him that didn't have any respect for the rest of the pilots.
I see.
That's just that simple. It wasn't the other pilots. Hell, I've known too many pilots, and they don't get down on anybody unless they absolutely forced to. I say not all of them, but as a general rule, I'd say a bunch of pilots, you won't find one or two like old Goble in 100. But as far as, the pilots just getting down on a guy like that, it wasn't that. It was him, lack of respect for the rest of the pilots. And that's what's pitiful about it.
So the fact that Wiley and Billy believed that, you don't find that hard to believe?
No, not a bit. No. And not, well, Wiley told me what they found in that engine, that oil. Somebody put it there. Well, Wiley didn't know any enemies he had that would do that. He didn't even consider old Goble as an enemy. But Goble was the only one could have had it done, because everybody else respected Wiley.
Now, that was the first attempt. The second attempt, he got between, this was in March of 1935, he got between Cleveland and New York, and got forced down to a lower altitude. He was up 35,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Got forced down to lower altitude, turned around and went back to Cleveland. Why didn't he go on into New York at a lower altitude?
Well, I'd dog if I know. It might have been that the weather was bad and that they wouldn't clear him. I don't know.
You want me to tell you what Frank Phillips said? And I was really interested to find this out. I found this out in my research up in Bartlesville.
Yeah.
Frank Phillips said that Wiley was trying to show that you could go coast to coast at a high altitude in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
And he wanted the record, stratosphere coast-to-coast flight. And he said when he got forced down to a lower altitude, that rather than sneak into New York and go ahead and take the record, but it not be an honest high-altitude record, that rather than cheat, he turned around and went back to Cleveland. This was Frank Phillips' observation, that Wiley had too much integrity to cheat on that.
I'd go along with that. And I knew about the time, but I kind of laid it on to airway control, messing him up.
Yeah.
But I don't know why I was like that. He couldn't complete what he was going to do, to sail right on down. Well, he'd shut it down.
See, he could have had the record,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't have been completed at a high altitude.
No.
And he felt it would have been cheating.
Not only that, but he was this way too. He'd satisfied himself that could be done. He satisfied himself on that trip that could be done.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't do it, he was satisfied. And that record didn't amount to that much for him.
So he wasn't a record seeker.
But Art Goble, he might even take a chance of breaking his neck to get it.
Yeah.
Well, Wally wouldn't do it. Well, it's like that altitude flight. He could have made a second altitude flight, had that instrument repaired. and it'd been on record.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't do it because, well, just like he told me. I asked him, why didn't he go ahead and do it? I satisfied myself on that. And I said, well, you don't know how high you went. No. Well, he told me what the first time he was up, when he had trouble with his oxygen, had come down. How high that was. And then he says I went a lot higher than I did that first time. And says I went just about as high as I figured I could go. Said I could go a little higher, but said I satisfied myself. That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
And of course, he was satisfying old man Frank Ellis too. You know, they're getting a lot of publicity.
That's an interesting insight into the character of Wiley. He established speeds on that second run of over, 326 miles an hour?
About 330 some odd miles.
330?
Part of it was, that's about the average. I don't know for sure. But some of it was, way up there.
No, I'm talking about the average. The average.
The average, I'd say, was probably around 330.
That's fast. 50 years ago.
That's fast for a 150-mile cruising airplane.
That's incredible. And then, let's see, in April then, he tried a third time and got as far as Purdue and Lafayette, Indiana.
Yeah.
And got forced down there. And the fourth time, he got forced down in Wichita.
I don't remember all that, but I remember he got forced down in different places.
Did he ever say anything to you during this time about his failures? Through the newspapers, I have copies of newspapers, and they talk about Post fails again.
Yeah.
They talk about him failing. He didn't. I don't think he failed.
No, and he done either. Even though he had land, well, like he told me about that altitude flight, he wasn't going to do that anymore because he satisfied himself. Well, evidently, whatever he was doing then, if he's trying to make a record in anything, well, that was just incidental. There was other things he was learning about in making those flights.
But did it bother him that the press and the newspapers talked about his failures?
Nah.
He didn't?
He got where the press didn't bother him at all.
Really?
No, it didn't bother him. Because, like I say, kind of a bird, he gets something on his mind he wanted to do, he'd work it out and he'd do it. Yeah. Well, if it didn't work out according to the way the news people wanted it to, and it was no different than him if he'd satisfied his own curiosity. And that didn't put him in too good with a lot of them. Yeah, they wanted to tell him what to say about it.
Did he act discouraged after that fourth attempt and had to stop in Wichita?
I don't remember too much about that. No, I just don't remember too much about that because I think we'd moved and I was out on the road all the time. But I've thought about it. But think about it the same way everything else he'd done. Instead of trying to show something to gain a little glory, he'd satisfied himself about something. And he wouldn't mess with it anymore.
Now, there's one more event that took place here that in August of '35, the Winnie Mae is sitting up in Bartlesville, and he's got another airplane, and he's going with Will Rogers up to Alaska and Russia. Now,
Yeah.
what took place in there?
Oh, Will Rogers he wanted to go, just take a leisure trip. Will Rogers wanted him to, and go back around the way he flew around the world. Just not try to break any records, just take his time. And he got this low-wing Lockheed, and they make a big issue, the damn news did, about him getting a wing on one kind of airplane and a fuselage on the other. they never did say that why he did that. One fuselage on that low-wing Lockheed, all made in the same mold these things were. The wing was too. But they put the wing on the bottom and the fuselage on top of the wing. It wasn't a different airplane. And he wanted this airplane with the windows in it. Passenger airplane. He didn't want that low-wing airplane with this cockpit because old Will Rogers was going with them, and they wasn't going out to break any records. They just going to have a vacation, you might say. Well, and not only that, but that low-wing airplane, they could put floats on it. Well, they could put floats on that thing, but that low-wing airplane, the floats fit good on it. And he took it to Seattle to get the floats put on. Pan American, I think, furnished floats. I guess, imagine they just give them the floats, you know, for publicity, kind of Will Rogers. Well, they got them floats on, but it wasn't the kind they wanted. It made the airplane nose heavy. But Wiley, old Will was used to being in a hurry. And Wiley didn't want to wait to get another set of floats, or he wanted to, but he didn't want to spoil the trip. He figured that, you know, you get where you think those old engines are really dependable. And they are. But when they've installing his engine, now, you won't read this. You won't hear anybody tell you about it. All they'll tell you is, you know, that airplane was something that they just put together, and the old engine wasn't any good, and the old engine just quit. You know, what killed him. Well, I was all set to go up there and, you know, pick him up if I could. But Joe Crossan was up there. And he was there close, and he was a good friend of Wiley's. And he would go down and pick them up over there, and they killed instantly, I guess. And he flew them to Oklahoma City. I was one of the pallbearers, and so was another pilot or two, you know, there at Oklahoma City. But after the funeral, I had a good long visit with Joe Crossan. And I figured he'd have somebody what happened. And I don't know whether you ever heard or not, but that day and time, those old engines were subject to carburetors icing up. And they even put heaters on them. Well, before they put heaters on them, I got used to it. And I iced up and go losing power and pull the mixture control back until it backfired. Back clean. But I used to do that with Brown. Anyway, the air scoop down under that carburetor on any of those engines always had a drain, a hole in there, because you land a lot of time, your carburetor is full of ice. Well, as soon as you land, the heat from the engine melt that ice. If that hole wasn't there where that water run out, you might make 2 or 3 landings, or maybe fly quite a ways and sit down. If that water couldn't run out, you'd take off on a level it wouldn't suck up. But then you pull up climbing, it might suck that water up in there and kill the engine. And Joe Crossan told me that he was fairly sure that's what happened. And being at minimum flying speed and nose heavy with no power, why, being nose heavy, it just turned that one shot straight down.
Do you think it was the engine icing up that's what happened?
Well, I'm just as sure of that as I am sitting here, and Joe Crossan was too, but the experts, I've never heard a comment from any of them about it. But Joe, he told me about him there. He was down in Fairbanks before they left to go up the Barrow. And Wally wanted Joe to fly it, but the weather got bad and he never got a chance. And he said, Lord, I wish I'd have flown that doggone airplane. Said, I'd think if I'd have flown it, I wouldn't have let him even taxi it.
Why did Wiley want Joe to fly it?
He knew his nose heavy, and he also knew that any nose heavy airplane is dangerous.
Yeah. Was Will pressuring him to go ahead and make the flight anyway?
Yeah. He caught up down there in Fairbanks, and old Joe said he's just like a bear in a cage. You know, he'd been used to everything just going here and there and not taking it easy and everything. Well, he had a big time there for 2-3 days, but he got caught up, man, he's ready to go. And Wiley told Joe said, when Wiley left, told Joe, said, we're going to take off, and says, there's a lot of lakes up there. And says, if the weather gets too bad, the weather's been real bad, they couldn't go. Said, if the weather gets too bad, so we'll just land in one of these lakes. And they had camping equipment. Said, heck, we enjoy camping out. And they went on, they were getting up pretty close, but the weather was kind of getting down a little bit. They had this lake, and they landed. The Eskimo village there. And they went over, and old Will had a big time with them Eskimos, I imagine. I don't know for sure, but those Eskimos remembered old Will Rogers and Wiley Post. Felt real honored. Well, they stayed there a little bit, and the weather kind of lifted, and they decided they'd take off, go on to Point Barrow. It's only about 12 miles. But I imagine that country's pretty hilly, and Wiley didn't want to take a chance. Well, he got in there, and that airplane been sitting long enough with no drain. I say that now. I don't remember whether Joe Cross knew that for sure or not. But he said that was about the only thing he could figure that happened, could happen.
Okay, now, if when they sat down on the lake, the engine had been hot, it would have melted any ice.
And it would run down out of the carburetor into that air scoop.
Okay, now with the engine already hot, they didn't stay there too long. They took off again. How could ice have formed that quickly?
Not ice formed. If ice formed when they flying coming in there, and when they landed, the heat of the engine melted the ice out of the carburetor. It run down that air scoop that went up to the carburetor. And there wasn't no drain there. All right? As long as it's setting level, you crank the engine up, it run just fine. And he made his takeoff. And when he started pulling it up, well, that level of that water changed in relation to these airplanes. And it naturally, I wouldn't say full of power, it probably was full of power. There's a lot of air coming through there. It just sucked that water back up through the carburetor and killed his engine. That's the only logical solution that I can think of. And I didn't have any idea about that, but when I was talking to Joe, I want to know what he thought about it, because he'd been down there and picked them up. That's the way it was.
Now, May was staying in your home in Ponca City
Yeah.
at the time. I imagine that was a pretty bad shock, wasn't it?
Oh, Lord, that's something hard to take. The old boy that published Ponca City News called, and I was thinking I answered that telephone. It might have been, I talked to him later. Might have been, but he just talked like she answered that phone. And telling her about it, and she might have answered the phone. Old man Muchmore might have asked for me. I don't remember. But anyway, it seemed to me like I turned around. Lord, I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. I knew I was going to have to tell May. And I turned around and seen May standing in the door that led up into the dining room or living room, wherever we had her phone. And I guess she could tell. And she said, okay, sis, I know it's something bad, sis. Go ahead and tell me about it. Damn, phew. I tell you, that's something hard to do. And I told her, and then she kind of got collected, and then she said, I don't know what's this. For ever since she left and came to our house. Because the kind of things they went out to do, they didn't need a woman to go along with it. Then she'd have gone, but I don't think she really wanted to. But anyway, she said, I just had a premonition ever since they left. You know, they wouldn't no come back. Lord, that's tough.
Well, now, wasn't she originally supposed to go with him on that flight?
Yeah, they'd talked about it, and finally, I think it mutually agreed that she wouldn't.
Was she upset with him for going on that?
Oh, no.
So when you say she left him to come to your house, you mean just for the duration of that flight?
Yeah, until they got back.
So she wasn't angry with him or anything?
Oh, no, I think to start with, why, just her and Wiley was going around. And, I don't know how it got around it. He liked old Wiley, and they'd got talking. And of course, old Will Rogers, he could frame up damnest things you ever heard of. And he talked to old Wiley, and I don't think Wiley and May was just going to use that airplane just to kind of proud. They wanted to go up in Alaska and visit hell, I keep forgetting names. That old pilot that brought him down here, damn it.
Joe Crossan?
Joe Crossan and his wife. I knew both of them well. And they were just going to go up there and visit with him and just prowl around Alaska. Well, they liked Alaska. But you got talking to old Will, and old Will talked to me, and why don't we just take off and go back around the world the way you came around it? And just take our time. Takes months, 6 months or what, but just do it. And old Wiley, he was ready. He was ready to do it. I had this airplane fixed up. And I got it fixed up good, all but there's floats.
Well, if Wiley wanted Joe to fly it, and he was kind of apprehensive, could he have had a premonition that things weren't quite right?
Well, Wiley knew things wasn't right because he knew that thing was nose heavy, and he told Joe about it being nose heavy and wanted him to fly it and see what he thought about it. Whether, it'd be safe to go on or not. And that's what old Joe was feeling bad about. But he told me, I dang said I thought about that and thought about it, and I kicked myself for not flying it. Said if I'd have flown it, said I know I wouldn't have let them take me out. So there you are.
Well, now, one last question. He got so close to the high altitude achievement that he was trying to reach.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he drop that and go on this kind of a semi-pleasure trip?
Oh, he was satisfied with his altitude flight.
Right.
He didn't give a damn what that paragraph said or in the news or anything.
He wasn't planning to come back and pick
No.
that up again.
Huh. Not unless he'd figured out some way to go higher, then he went. But, like I said, he was satisfied. he satisfied himself. And it was just something, that dang paragraph didn't work, so they tried to talk him into going back, and I asked him why didn't he go back. I was thinking about helping you go back and get that thing fixed. He can go back up there and maybe break that. He said, hell no. But I found out what I want to find out. Said, I'm satisfied. And I said, well, they can't put you on the record. He said, I don't care about that. And he didn't.
So he didn't act discouraged about it.
Oh, not a bit. He felt good about it. No, he felt good about it because, like he said, he went a lot higher than he did that first time. In fact, he said he went just about high as that thing go.
Here's a man that in 5 years achieved more than most people do in a whole lifetime.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel glad that you knew him so well?
Oh, of course. Of course, I've got other friends, that proud I've known, but I do feel proud that knew old Wiley and our relations and everything the way they were. But things like that don't last. But during a lifetime, you have one or two or three friends that you, after they're gone, well, first thing you know, you'll be remembering little things you'd forgotten about them. And it's always good. I even remember some of my old schoolmates that I haven't seen since I finished high school. They were good friends of mine. But that's life. That is, if you're paying attention to your friends, they understand their feelings and everything. Now, Wiley, the thing I got to understand about him was he would figure things out by himself. Anybody else didn't go along with him, they couldn't change his mind about that. He had to do that himself. Even though maybe the guy that was trying to show him where he's wrong, maybe the guy's right. Well, he wouldn't go for that. And turned out he didn't have to. He'd work at it, that guy, until he got it figured out. And maybe when he got it figured out, well, it might be just what this guy tried to tell him to start with. But a guy don't do things like he did without being that way. Look at Edison. He didn't go through the 3rd grade. Look what he did. Look at these dead lights. Electricity. What in the world would we do without that?
Well, you sure had a good friend there. He was an outstanding man.
Well, yeah, I did. And Gordon's a good friend of mine.
Is he?
Gordon is kind of a funny sort of a guy, but if you understand him, why, he got a lot of ways like old Wiley.
Hello.
And I don't know, everybody's different.
Well, I've enjoyed studying his life. It's been a...
Well, I'm not too accurate on everything. All I know is just what I remember my association with him, and we got to be pretty close friends. We'd go hunting together, and we'd rib each other. I'll show you how we'd rib. We was down there in old Mexico hunting, and I had a Mexican with us. That Mexican was a college graduate. And me and old Wiley, either one, just barely made it to high school, I guess. Anyway, we was having a big time, and we sneaked in there so Wiley wouldn't have any publicity. And Lord, there's quail, and we fished, and we hunted quail. And then we went up in the mountains west of there. That then went in Laredo, down the big lake they had, Mexicans had down there. But in traveling around there, we didn't have any game laws, no seasons, and a lot of quail. These quails run on the ground. Before we was camped there at that lake, I guess one morning early we heard these quail. And old Wiley and I both looked up, and man, there went these, I say looked up, I was already up. There went these quail, and they just shattered, a whole bunch of them. And Wiley said, get your shotgun and get us a mess of them quail. And I got the shotgun, and I got all ready. He says, shoot them on the ground, says, they don't fly. Well, I got this as I pulled the trigger, that whole damn bunch of birds flew up, and I didn't get a feather out of them. Man, I never heard the last of that. And I shot double-barrel shotgun, 2 shots. Yeah, we went on. And one night we was driving around looking for, we were going to shoot coyotes way out there in the open. And we just out prowling and hunting. And the car lights shined some eyes out there. And old Wiley said, I forget what he said that thing was. Anyway, got his shotgun got out, left his lights on, eased out there, and kabooey. Well, the eye lights went out. We drove up there where we could see good, and he shot a big old trailer.
Oh, no.
And boy, I never let him forget that. Talking about me. Well, he's hold on me, too, about using a 30-06 to kill a squirrel. And every time first time he said something about that, I said, well, that's not too bad. I said, in fact, I can't remember if I ever hearing anybody using an automatic shotgun to kill a poor old traveler. That went.
The tarantula spider?
Yeah, a great big old black man. He's harmless unless you try to pick him up, he can bite you. But the way it went on, then we went up the mountains, and 3 of Brandon boys joined us. I say 3, 2 of them. One of Brandon's mechanic, and Seaton, old boy, started to cracked up at Boy Sardmore. He and one of their mechanics and an old boy that owned the airplane up there kept it there in the hangar before our airplanes were. And that made 5 of us beside this Mexican. We got up in there, we fished. I've got pictures somewhere. Old Seaton holding up a string of fish. But anyway, we caught all the fish, and we got tired of catching them, and then found out tried to give them Mexicans, they didn't want them. I had to just take them out and throw them out or bury them. Anyway, we got up there, and old Wiley and I wanted to get a bear, especially Wiley. And we went up on this big ranch. Old boy let us go up there and just turn it over to us. And old Wiley and I went out to see if we could find signs, and we found bear tracks. So there was bear in there. But there was wild turkey in there. And even we got in there early enough to see that we scared some of these turkeys. All these old boys, but me and that old Mexican, Wiley included, went down there in this brush, and I was up here. We could look down there, and I heard a shot, and looked down there, and seen turkeys flying out of there. And I thought, well, boy, we're going to eat turkey for a week. They come back up there, one little old turkey hen, and I bet they shot about 15 times. I didn't say nothing. Went on and finally I said something about it. I said, you know, there's an awful lot of turkeys down there. I said, I started to take the rifle and go down here a little way to take the rest off the tree and kill them. Of course, they just laughed. That's funny. Me taking the rifle and killing the turkey. Anyway, one morning early, old Wiley and I took out, and we just went down a trail. You know, we was going to find the bears. We hunted, and we never did see a bear, but seen all kinds of tracks. Well, come time to go in, we started back, and I'd been hooting on old Wiley about those damn turkeys. I said, hell, I guess a bear is easier to kill than a turkey. He got quiet. He's driving down this trail and seen this big bunch of turkeys. Big old gobbler in front. God damn, he slammed on them brakes. I had a 30-06 Springfield Sporter. Slammed on them brakes. All right, you such a damn good shot. Let's see you get one of them turkeys. I said, which one you want? He says, get that old big one out front. Well, I didn't have any idea that I was going to get him like I did. But I got out there and I just pulled down this nonchalant blam. And that old turkey, he just went down slow and I said, yeah, you better run up there and get him. He's going to get away. I throwed the shell out and blowed the smoke out of the barrel, and I said, he ain't going nowhere. And old Wiley wanted that turkey. God dang it, he got out. Away he went. That old turkey, he just went down just straight down. Well, I didn't know where he hit that turkey, but he was quite a ways up there. Old Wiley went up there, he turned that turkey over and over, stood up, looked all around, and here he comes. And I was thinking, what? Now, Sam, he's going to pull something on me. He says, where do you think he hit that turkey? I said, well, you know how a turkey is. You shoot him through the body or even through the head, well, he's liable to go far enough and hide you and find him. I said, I figured the best way for one of the turkey was shoot him through the hip joint so he'd break a leg so he couldn't run, and then through the wing joint on the other side so he couldn't fly. He threw that turkey down and he started storming. He said, I don't think you knew where you hit that turkey. I said, was that right? Well, yeah, that's right, but you damn sure didn't. It was next then. I said, well, hell, I don't. Made my turn. Time I got turned, just sat down over the fence on that snow. I mean, as slick as a whistle. Hardly feel it. On the belly. Snow's about that deep. Well, it's a little bit downhill. Well, down the north side was some trees. Oh, they were about this big. Well, I scooted between two trees. And then when we stopped, I got out and there was a black little stump about that big and about that high, from here, that far place in front of me. All right, I can't imagine of being in a closer spot than something like that. And my boss, Moran, he pulled things all the time. I had two other passengers. We got out and looking around, and the old man said, "Our God," said, "that's the best landing that redhead ever made for me." Says, "Usually I have to rub a knot off my head when he lands." I said, I didn't make that landing. He was Catholic and had a St. Christopher medal up on the front there that faced the cabin. I said, I didn't make that landing. Looked up, well, who did? I said, old St. Christopher done that. He thought a little bit, that old word got the biggest kick out of that. But by golly, St. Christopher must have. Because like I say, I didn't have any choice. And I knew dang well I wasn't good enough to do just what happened and do no more damage than he did.
Now, the stump was where in relationship to the airplane?
The what?
The stump, where was it in relationship?
Right down in front of the nose.
That would rip the plane to pieces then.
Well, we'd been going slow, and I think it would have been a shock, but it wouldn't have hurt anybody. It had been up in front of the airplane.
Was that the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to tell you about when we got the thing, all we had to do is, we bent propellers. They was just windmilling.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got the propellers and got them fixed, come back up there and got the thing jacked up and the wheels run down, and those old flaps still work. Drained out gasoline. But the old farmer been there where we landed, he was out there, he was having big time. And we got talking to him, we wanted to know if there's any place out there where we could pull that thing, to have more room to take it off. There wasn't. And he even drove us around all of it. There wasn't no place. That was the only place. Now, if you think that don't make a believer out of you, one place within, I'd say 50 miles around that 5 acres, there wasn't no place you could land an airplane. Not even a kite, I don't think. It's rough. So, this old Mac Junkin, you see his pictures on mechanic. He wasn't my co-pilot, but when he got propellers fixed up, we went up there together and got it all fixed up. Well, we got the thing turned around and heading back up between these two trees. He was in, we all buckled down. Directly, he said, wait a minute. I didn't know what was wrong. He got out, went over to that old farmer, and I didn't know what he was talking about, but that old farmer said, yeah, went over to his pickup and got an axe, gave to the old Mac. And that dang Mac got out there and cut that gem tree down. I mean, he cut it down, this left stump about that high. And he knew how to fall it. It fell the other way. He got back in there. I said, what in the hell did you do that for? Well, let's just put it this way. He said, I knew you was going to miss one on your side, but I wasn't sure you was going to miss that on my side. I said, well, I didn't intend to fly between them. I was going to go over them. And he looked up, and that field looked shorter. It even looked shorter to me. It was going to take off from him. I said, hell no, I wouldn't fly between those trees. I'll go over them. Of course, I might have had to. I don't know, but anyway, we taxied up there, got turned around, and backed up as far as I could. Old Mac was just sitting there like this. Directly he said, "How God says, good thing it's downhill, ain't it?" I said, yeah, I'm depending on that. Then I told him, I said, you never seen one of these things take off real short, have you? Well, yeah. You'd have seen you take him off short. I said, not like this going to be. So we run them engines up, and I turned it loose, and away we went. Sure enough, we drained all the gas out, but about 100 gallons. Gave that old foreman, man, he enjoyed that. Anyway, we went down there, and about 250 feet, it's ready to go. And I let it go a little bit farther, and it's pulled up over them trees. Went on Indianapolis to gas up and go on the pond. Well, there for old Roscoe Turner was down there then, and we went in there and gassed up, and was informed by the FAA man that we could fly that airplane without getting a permit because, you know, the license wasn't any good since I had that forced landing. Well, that bird kind of made me mad. And old Mac, he didn't know just what to do but finally I said, come on, Mac, we're going to Ponca City. And that bird, he followed out there a ways. I said, you watch us, we'll be taking off here in a little bit. And about that time, old Roscoe walked up. What's the matter, Red? I said, well, we had a forced landing up here. And naturally, the airplane is not what you'd call airworthy for hauling passengers. But, I said, we flew it out of that place. I said, 5 acres down here. Now then, this guy tells us we can't fly it home till it's made airworthy. Old Roscoe looked at that guy, and that bird is already taking backwater. Old Roscoe looked at him and says, he's not going to bother you.